Well, praise the Lord, and it's another Lord video. This is a video I'd never thought I'd make. I thought I'd quit in March, but after talking to some people on my Discord, my Seven Deadly Sins Guild Discord, yeah, I had a little bit of peer pressure to come back and finish the final chapter off, and so I'll just record this video, me going through the final chapter of Final Fantasy, just as sort of a memento, and hopefully talk through it and share some of my stories over the last almost 4 years of playing Final Fantasy Mobius, which is a massive part of my life. So hopefully you guys will enjoy the video, and this will be a nice souvenir that if I'm bored in 15 years time and look back at my time in Mobius, I can look back at this video and think, okay, this is a game I invested so much time, effort, money, part of my soul into, and yeah, many late nights as well. So I did some Magicite farming, well, I quit in March, and I blew all my resources on the Supreme Banner, the final Supreme Banner. I spent about 60k, didn't get anything, which is disappointing. I wanted one of the two final Supreme cards, Tale of Hope and Tale of Despair. So I farmed up yesterday. I did some Magicite farming back to Pandemonium, and yeah, I've got enough for 7 pools, so I always thought that the pull rates in this game were completely rigged against Wales, but I always assumed, well, theorised, that there was a comeback mechanic, that if you take a big time off, if you take a large amount of time out of the game, then it will reward you with a Supreme when you come back. So I've always been saying this for like months and years throughout playing, that Mobius is rigged. So I've got 7 pulls. If I get one Supreme out of this, then I'll say my theory was correct, in the absence of no one saying otherwise. So that's enough of me babbling. Let's just kick this off. So first pull, first to 7, and then that's it, because I can't buy any more Magicite, so this is it. Ooh, we have a green. Oh god, I used to live for these summons. I can remember doing, I think I did 100 pulls for Minwoo at release, didn't get it, and then quit, and came back after a month. Which is embarrassing. I remember doing 98 pulls for Lord of Hope card, or Light of Hope, should I say, and I remember doing 88 for Wall, which was pretty funny. I remember doing like 80 pulls for Zack as well, so oh my god, this is still nerve-wracking, even though I haven't really got much invested in actually pulling a Supreme card, but here we go, let's try again. So I never really did any pulls on Steam, so I'm doing this on Steam, but when I'd pull on the phone, you'd get a weird like hiccup, you'd get a weird bit of lag when you pull a Supreme. So there we go, I got Supreme card, but one I've already got, so that's the dupe. Okay, so 5 more pulls. So what I've always noticed when you pull a Supreme card, when it connects, if it takes just a few milliseconds longer, it's very imperceptible, but you can, if trained eye, you can do it, you'll get a Supreme card. So I didn't get it that time. I think I got another dupe, maybe. Would be nice to get Tale of Hope. That's sort of so I can finish the game and say I've got all support Supremes, but it's not that important to finish the final chapter off. When I did quit in March, I did have the best deck in the game, but I think time's moved on a little bit. So 4 more pulls. Here we go. Okay, so that connected too fast, so I don't have a Supreme, but let's see. Heart still skips a beat. Yeah, when I quit in March, I could have just come back and just farmed 20k of Magicite in April, farmed another 20k in May, and I would have hit the pity at 80 quite easily and got it. But you know, I didn't, so there we go. So 3 more pulls. Okay, so that connected very fast. I don't think I got a Supreme, but let's see. always had superstition about pulling when the two spheres are directly in the middle, but I think everyone had superstition pulling on Mobius. But if you wanted every card, you didn't need superstition, you just needed a credit card. So much of my time pulling cards, I've got no idea why I actually pulled, unless it was a Supreme card or an event card. Then there are very few cards that are actually useful, outside of Supremes and event cards. Okay, well this is pretty much what I expected. I always did think there was a comeback mechanic, but I guess the pull rates weren't rigged after all. But this is my very last pull, probably in Mobius, so let's see what I can do. Okay, let's get these two spheres lining up. Bang. But, oh, missed. Okay, well, blue. That's how Mobius goes. Can I... How much is 12? So I can get free summon tickets for my Celestri. Shall I do that? And how much Magicite have I farmed? Okay, I've still got... Yeah, I can still get... Let's have a look, 500. Okay, so I can still play through the chapter and possibly get one more pull. Okay, so this is what I've been waiting for. Final chapter. I can't remember anything about the plot after having not played for 3 months, so... Not sure it'll be a very useful narrator. Here we go.
It has been entirely too long, Warrior of Light.
It's Vox. I still remember him.
Did you think I had vanished from this world along with chaos? Did you dare to hope you had heard the last of me? If so, sorry to disappoint. I have so relished watching you. In silence, I witnessed your trials and tribulations.
I'm surprised you could keep your mouth shut this long. It must have been torture for you.
That it was. So many times did I desire to call out. But I need wait no longer. I have been eager to trade barbs with you once again.
Well, sorry I can't say the same. But show yourself, and I might consider humoring you.
If I could grant your wish, I would do so eagerly. Alas, I have no form to take. I cannot be an actor in your tale. I can but watch wistfully from the wings, and delight in its twists and turns.
Or do you know all the twists and turns? People being taken in by the promise of false hope. Sounds just up your alley.
It is not I who demands a tale of hope. Palamecia has designs of its own. Designs which, I must say, you are doing a wonderful job of accommodating.
You think I wanted this? I couldn't care less.
And yet, wherever you find yourself, momentous happenings abound. Fascinating.
Ooh, it's getting interesting. Sophie being abducted. Got no idea what happened there.
The
Some
maiden
flashlight.
departs to the Tower of Hope, just as her role dictates. Is she an instrument of slaughter? Or will we witness her downfall? Perhaps she and the Warrior of Despair will unite to bring calamity to this world. Regardless, the wheels have been set in motion. toward their inevitable conclusion.
You coming, Echo?
Yep.
Go forth, warrior of light. With your strength, your every action begets hope. Hope that shall flood the world. Hope that shall make a tale most grand. Willing or not, you shall be the foundation on which a new order is built.
Sophia has become overcome with despair and is heading for the Tower of Hope. You have but one option: follow her. The story can be enjoyed using lore jobs. Set lore jobs in your main subjects. Okay, well this is pretty cool. Vox was always probably my favourite character in the whole series, so yeah, I just hope that, haven't read any spoilers, so I just hope that this game sort of satisfyingly wraps up the whole story and there's no cliffhanger and there's a sense of finality to it. I really want to understand more of actually who Vox is or what Vox is. I remember the first Battle Towers, you'd get a little bit more information about Vox and his plans, and then I didn't really see much after that really about Vox, so a few times in the story, but yeah, if you could wrap it up, I'll be more than satisfied. Yeah, hopefully I can speed through this chapter. I mean, I could just use here we go.
Sophie wasn't really Sophie. No one can say what her real name is, only what it isn't. She bought the rune story hook, line, and sinker.
I never liked Sophie as a character.
Obsessed with it.
I didn't even like her as a job.
That's what the power of hope did to her. It replaced her memories with something else. Someone else.
Where'd she go? Is she really gonna tear down the tower after everything?
She's not herself. I can't say what she is now, but it's not good. She's as wild as a fiend. I wouldn't be surprised to find her with Graf.
You seem awfully calm about it. Aren't you gonna do something?
Of course I am. Her allies from the tower still believe in her. That's worth more than a name. I won't let her come to harm. I can't. I know Sophie is still in there, and as annoying as she can be, I want her back. And I intend to bring her back. Echo, lead the way.
Off we go!
Okay, what I'll probably do is I'll probably just talk inanely during the battles and stuff like that, but when we get cutscenes and dialogue like that, I'll just keep my mouth shut so that when I play this back in the future, I can try and piece together the story if I ever want to do that. But yeah, it's kind of a strange feeling. I started playing yesterday. I reinstalled it back on Steam, and yeah, I went through some of the anniversary maps that just got reprinted, and I didn't think I'd miss the game after playing the game to death. And you know, the start of the year, I just had a new child, so had to be responsible. I thought the time has come to put down Mobius for good. I can't play for 18 hours a day anymore, and it was a good time to quit. Just before, and I mean, we had the
sure you can keep going? Looks like
end of game announcement. I'll
even you have your
pick
limits.
back up after this.
Isn't this another one?
Oh, please. If I was in charge, I'd put a little more thought into how I was gonna torture you. Of course, we know who's arranged this little diversion. He always did lack imagination.
For how much he loved to talk, he rarely said anything interesting. Guess that's life as a disembodied voice.
He might be back, but we're on to his lies. There's nothing he can say we haven't heard before. Just let him try. It's a wonder he was able to stay quiet this long. It must have been torture for him. But now that the seal is broken, I'm sure he won't shut up. Maybe we can use that to our advantage. With a little fast talking of our own, we might be able to nudge this tail
Damn
in the right
echoes. Up
direction.
to no good again. Fiends called forth by Vox impede your progress with missions and tasks needing to be completed to open the way forward. Okay, well, the trial's not going to be that hard, is it? I mean, it is Mobius. Break and then defeat your foes. Okay, this is going to be pretty easy. Yeah, so as I was saying, I started playing the game yesterday and played through a couple of anniversary maps, and the wave of nostalgia that just came back to me. Just all these emotions came welling up about all my time playing this game, and you can't really say that about many games, really. I mean, this was just Final Fantasy Mobius was just such a fantastic game, and I mean, I never thought I'd get an experience like this playing on a mobile, and the fact that you could just, you know, play on Steam as well, and you know, enjoy, you know, pretty much 4K graphics, and yeah, it's just I could waffle on endlessly about how detailed the game was, and how much worth your time it was. Really, you can invest so much time in it, and I did. I mean, I investigated all the mechanics in the game. I figured out every single hook and every trick I could in the game, and it just was never enough, really. You could get endlessly lost in this game. Perhaps I should do echoes and Wall's voice when there's no speech. Defeat your reinforcements. Okay, this looks easy. Yeah, so this was just such an amazing game. I remember back, I didn't have high hopes of this game. I was a massive Final Fantasy 11 player, and I got hopelessly addicted to that game, where it sort of took over my life. MMO addiction is quite a real thing, really, and it's quite a dangerous thing, really, to be honest. And so I've always kept in the loop with Final Fantasy games, and pretty much played every single Final Fantasy game there is going. And yeah, so I remember I was on a train, and I downloaded 2 games. One of them was Pokemon Go, which I was more excited about than actual Final Fantasy Mobius. And the other one was obviously Final Fantasy Mobius. And I played for a little bit, and I thought it was pretty cool. This was, I think it was in the first few days of the game coming out, and yeah, it seemed really cool. And but I played more Pokemon Go, and that seemed just to be just a little bit more novel. And I think I played Pokemon Go once more on my commute to work, and then just thought this is absolutely pointless, and then didn't play Final Fantasy Mobius that much. So the game came out in August 2016. It wasn't until September that I was just bored at home and just decided just play a little bit more and just go through some more levels. And I was just yeah, I just got hooked on it, and I was just I became obsessed with the game, really. I knew what I was like with these type of Final Fantasy games, but I'm such a perfectionist that I've just become endlessly addicted to the game. So I set a limit to myself. I would just pull for the mage job, the original mage job, and just have some cool magic abilities, and then just enjoy the game with that, and not try and take the game too seriously. And I didn't realise that you could re-roll if you didn't get the mage in your first summon pull, and so it took me, I think,
So, Echo, if you're
mage
really
was the very
worried
last
about
job I
Sophie,
got.
you can go to the tower.
I'll
ahead
pick
of
up
me.
after the cutscene.
Really? But who'll guide you?
I guess Eiko can do it. She's capable.
What? So you're already bored of me? After all this time apart?
Not like you wanted to see me.
Huh?
You were keeping yourself hidden for a reason, I assume. And if Sophie hadn't gone and gotten possessed, you'd still be doing it.
Yeah, okay, tell us why you don't see
Isn't
Wall.
that about right?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't want to see you. Not like this, anyway.
How can you not want to see
Done
Wall?
with
You've got
chaos
wedding
and the
dress on.
twisted tale of the Warrior of Light. You ended it. I wanted you to forget your ordeals, to live a quiet life in Omega.
So you knew about that too, huh? I see. Decided to get your kicks with Sophie, did you?
Wait, is that jealousy I hear in your voice? Do you wish I had chosen to go adventuring with you?
I'm gonna miss Wool and Echo's
You're
banter.
putting words in my mouth. Go adventuring with whoever you want. I couldn't care less.
That's what I've been doing.
I don't know what's
And
gonna
I'll
happen at the
keep
end.
doing it by helping
Maybe
you
Echo will
save
kiss
Sophie,
Wool and they'll
that's the
hug.
end of it.
They'll get married and have kids and live happily ever after.
Let's
Who
get
knows?
on with it.
Yeah, so as I was saying, so I pulled for mage job, and it had to pull like, I think it was like 10 jobs or something to get. It was the very last job that I pulled for, and it's yeah. So that game I spent quite an amount of money. That was like probably like 3 full price games, and yeah, that was my descent into trying to become a perfectionist in the game. That was a slippery slope, and then I used to watch videos by a guy called Motoko. He used to do some really amazing videos, and I think he was the only one that made sort of videos explaining the gameplay mechanics and the game and the jobs and new maps, and it was really cool. So I was listening to him, and he was talking about the fact of these things called battle towers, and that you get exclusive rewards from them. And I think his exclusive reward he got from that was a heart egg, which was a support card that made you draw more life orbs. So I thought, wow, this is pretty amazing. So speaking of questions, yeah, so I heard about these battle towers, and you get exclusive rewards, and the Omega Tower was the first battle tower I took part in, which was one I eventually won. But yeah, you could get a rainbow egg in that if you finished in the top 500. So yeah, I researched everything about the tower from what happened in Japan on Ultima, and just read everything I could on Reddit. Had a look at some gameplay videos of the Japanese battle tower, and figured out, you know, the best units to use for the game, you know, strategy, that type of thing. And all I wanted to do was finish top 500, and I was working from home that day. Gasp. And I think I set my alarm clock. The battle tower came out 4 AM my time. I set my alarm clock for 6 AM, which is quite unusual. I don't understand why I woke up so early for battle tower, because 6 AM is quite early. I wouldn't wake up for sex that early, and I mean, let's be honest here. And oh, just kill this. There we go. And yeah, and then I was playing non-stop, and I was climbing, I was having a great time, and it was just such a fun experience. And I was watching, I watched Motoko as well, who basically live streamed on YouTube, I think. So I was watching him do it, and I was chatting to him. I think he was, no, it wasn't his live stream, it was his YouTube video. So he was, I think he was like a couple of hours ahead of me, so I was going through and seeing him go like a few hours in front of me, and it was just so fun. And I was playing, and I think I was playing to about, I can't remember the time now, it was about 6 PM or something like that, and I got to the top 10, I got to number 9 or something like that, and I thought, okay, so if I got to the top 10, if I just keep playing like this, I could probably get into, you know, well, I could stay in the top 10, but I could probably get in the top 5, or, you know, get runner-up or something like that. So I remember I was just started dating this woman, so I went out to dating this woman, and eventually became my fiance. Had a child with her at the start of the year, blah blah blah. But yeah, so we went out on South Bank, and we went, you know, we went drinking and stuff like that. I kept checking my mobile, I kept checking the event rankings, and I'd see myself go down to like 9th to 10th to 11th to 12th to 13th, and then I was checking out what decks and people ahead of me were using. And I was like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool, but I don't have.
You haven't even broken a sweat.
I'll pick up after this.
Me.
I do, and I know Sophie too. You two couldn't be more different. She has a smile on her face for one.
That's part of my unique charm.
She rushes forward with aplomb no matter the odds. And strangely enough, others follow her. I thought that conviction her faith in the future would be enough to change Palamecia. I guess I was wrong.
Faith? Now there's something I never had.
Turns out too much of it can be a bad thing. She put so much of herself into what the runes were showing her, enough to forget who she really was.
Now you know why I'm not trusting.
I was the one who got her into this situation, and now I have to get her out.
Okay, I'm still not following the plot about Sophie. It's like a Scientology recruitment video or something. She's been abducted, we have to go find her, I think that's it. Yeah, so as I was saying, the battle tower, I was slipping down the rankings and I could see the top decks, and I could see that they were using a card. It was, what was the card? Neko card? The green wind. Was it a support card anyway? It was the first card that stunned, I believe. But I didn't have the card, but I wanted to finish in the top 10. So I needed that card, but because I, hadn't really played much in the first 2 months of the game, so it came out in July, August, this was September Battle Tower, I didn't really play much at all. I've only just started playing like a couple of weeks properly before the Battle Tower, so I didn't have a massive card collection, but I really needed that damn stun card just to have a chance in the Battle Tower, so I went home and I pulled for the card. I did so many pulls, and then back, and I couldn't get the card. And this was the time when you could do a single card summon for 1,000 Magicite. You would get one 4-star card, and and there was a pity mechanic. If you didn't get a new card within 4 pulls, then you got a guaranteed new card. So I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. I'll just keep doing that, and then eventually I'll get the stun card. I think it must have been the last card that I could have possibly have got, so I spent a ridiculous amount on it, and this was like the start of my whaling, and I thought, okay, that's a lot of money, but it's still pretty fun, and okay, I'll at least have got the card now, so I can compete in the Battle Tower with it, and but by doing that and getting all those dupes, and I got so much Celestiad, but I was able to OB32 my Overbreak 32 my Dancer, and I just had everything in place. I had the cards, I had the time to compete in the Battle Tower and probably win it by that point. So yeah, I was playing non-stop, but it was funny because I was playing non-stop, but I was still doing my regular activities. Like I'd go to the gym, and I was quite lucky because it was sort of a private members gym, so there was hardly anyone there. And I'd just take my mobile and I'd be on the treadmill, I'd be jogging, I'd be doing the battle now. I'd be doing deadlifts, and in between deadlift reps I would just be, I'd just be doing the battle tower, just be like, oh okay, I'll have one more round on the battle tower and then I'll do this, and then I was like, okay, I'll just walk home 5 miles through central London and just keep playing on my way home, so I did that. And yeah, it was a fun time. I was playing non-stop, just want to see how far I could get, because the way the scaling goes in Battle Towers, you eventually reach a point where you can't get any further. And I remember there was this other guy who was, because I got to number 1 by quite a margin, but there was this other guy who was climbing as well called Icy Phoenix, who apparently did quite well on the previous Battle Tower and was well known on Reddit and well liked on the Discord as well. Everyone thought he was a legit player, and we were quite close, but I was always in the lead. Then I'll pick up after this.
I wish I could say. Much remains unclear. Regardless, our best course is to watch and wait. We may all have been a part of his scheme. It may have been him who strewed the runes across Palamecia. Who could not suffer this world without a story? And so, he endeavored to make his own, one even grander than the last. Perhaps that is so, but it is we who ensure that the tale unfolds as it should, without interruptions. Vox simply tells the tale we must build. It is our duty to uphold the very system that girds Palamecia.
Okay.
You need not remind me of that. Still, one can hardly blame us for taking some time to enjoy the fruits of...
I always knew these echoes were up to no good. Now that's confirmed. What's I going on about? Oh yeah, Icy Phoenix. Yeah, so he was, yeah, then he eventually overtook me. and I was disappointed because I spent a lot of time playing legit, and I didn't cheat, I didn't do anything like that. I played completely legit, and I got beaten, and I thought, oh, okay, well that's it. I'm not going to win the battle tower. I've been beaten. I can't really get much further. I think I got to like 189 or something. It was a fire dragon that was so difficult, and yeah, so he went up into the 190s, and I thought, well, you know, if he played legit, if he played fair, and he beat me fair and square, then that's absolutely fine. I mean, this is how competitive games go. If someone's better than me, there's no point being upset about it. You did your best, that type of thing. I was happy with where I got, and it was the day before the battle tower was. Day before, I think it was, no, 2 days before it was ended. I woke up in the morning and I checked Discord, and there was a lot of controversy about Icy Phoenix getting banned for hacking, and or was he hacking? He claimed that he got banned for having a trolling deck on one of the nodes, which was complete bullshit, to be honest, but there we go.
Did you know that Sophie wasn't Sophie the whole time?
I'll pick up after this. Good story.
No, I didn't, honest. Almost like things were going too well, but I figured that was just how strong Sophie's conviction was.
Not something entirely unheard of here. Hope has a tendency to warp things around it.
Yeah, I knew that much. That's why I followed her, so she wouldn't fall under the after her success at the tower. She must have drawn the attention of the Echoes and Vox.
I've thought for a while that the fairies were behind this. I just haven't quite figured out what your role is in everything. Maybe I'm just another puppet, and you're pulling my strings like you always have.
Maybe. Will you at least act shocked if I stab you in the back?
Don't think I will.
But that takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah, so onto that story. That's a good story. So yeah, so yes, I woke up, and all of a sudden, not only was I number one, I was Icy Phoenix got banned, which was hilarious. And yeah, and then I had a newfound motivation to clear, and I eventually figured out that against the fire dragons, if you don't drive all your water, if you just leave 1 or 2 water orbs, then the fire dragon will do an attack to stop you pulling water orbs, and that gives you an extra, basically another extra turn to do more damage against the fire dragon. Using that strategy with some luck, I was able to get further than anyone else, because I don't think anyone else figured out that strategy. Because why would you use water orbs? Because it was a fire dragon. Everyone was using God, what was it? I think it was an earth ability at the time. But anyway, I figured that out, and yeah, it was hilarious because quite a few people were saying that, oh no, he got banned for a trolling deck, and he pretended that he was completely innocent. Then out of the blue, I got a message from someone on Reddit saying, here's proof that Icy Phoenix hacked. And it was lots of screenshots of him going on to hacking forums and talking about hacking Mobius, which was quite a smoking gun, really. And also, as well, so many people lobbied the Mobius team on Facebook and sent messages saying, unban him, unban him. And eventually, the Mobius Facebook site had to put up a message saying, we've done a thorough investigation. Please don't use third-party programs. If you do, you will be banned. So it was pretty clear. People were saying unban Icy Phoenix. Mobius was saying if you use a third-party program, you'll get banned. I don't think I can name anyone individually, but it was just hilarious. Anyway, back to this. And that guy, he never did admit to cheating, so I kind of admire his persistence, but yeah, I was quite embarrassed of him, but he did play for another tower, I think, and then he gave up, really. If you're not playing a game legit, and you just cheat, I can't see how you can enjoy it, really, because you might as well just play a single player game, really. Part of the fun of playing Mobius was that it was an actual challenge. Ooh, this could be trouble. Just auto to TM out. Okay, I shouldn't have really been worried. It took off like 3k. Yeah, so I ended up winning my first battle tower, and yeah, that was it. I was really hooked on the towers ever since then, and yeah, I just had such an amazing time over my time in Mobius. I mean, I absolutely, every time the Mobius battle towers would come up, I absolutely lived for them. I would prepare like days in advance. I would get all it sounds sad, but I would get like all my meals. I'd get like meals prepared in advance. I'd get snacks. I'd get tons of Red Bull and stuff like that. I'd get Maxify programs. I'd be up late nights with not much sleep, so I needed some help in the mornings when I needed to go to work. And yeah, I'd do my research on the Japanese Ultima site. I'd try and find out as much as I can, and I'd look on videos online of the Japanese battle towers, try and get every advantage, and then I would sort of theorize in my mind what tactics I could do, and then write setups and strategies and that type of thing. And oh god, when the battle towers hit, I would, I'd come home from work, and then because they'd come out like 3 AM in my time, so I'd try and get to sleep in the early evening. I'd try and go to bed at like 7 PM, get loads of sleep, so I could just wake up at 4 AM and play as much of the battle tower as I could. I absolutely lived for those days. It was just so amazing. I would just get my computer up. I'd go onto the Discord site or have the Reddit tab as well, and just chat to people on there, play Mobius, and yeah, it was just sad, but I had the best time with it. And yeah, if I could go back and do it all over again, I would, but I'd make more sensible decisions about trying not to pull every card and not being obsessed with having the best deck, min-maxing everything beyond everyone else's capability. I'd have just played the game a bit more casually. I probably would have focused hard on one battle tower every 3 months rather than every single battle tower, and yeah, just chilled out the game a little bit more, but can't really argue because I did win 16 battle towers, so that was a Mobius record, and I did get the highest number of battle tower clears on a battle tower, which was 1,337, which was probably the greatest achievement in Mobius I've ever seen. I would be biased, but yeah, I definitely wouldn't trade in that achievement, although that achievement did nearly kill me. Because I booked time off work, I had lots of free time, and I played for Battle Tower, for First Reunion Tower. I played that for 3 days straight without sleep. Almost killed me, but I got so far ahead of everyone else. Little did I know that the next 2 people were sharing their accounts with other people, so whereas I had to play, 20, 22 hours a day just to stay number 1. Second and third person, they were just they were playing for 12 hours a day and then sharing their account with someone else, someone fresh, go to sleep, and then someone else playing for 12 hours. But even though they cheated in quite an extraordinary way, really, I still beat them, which almost killed me. But yeah, looking back at that, I just think it's insane. I don't know how I did it. It was
What's wrong, Vox?
easily one of the worst experiences of my life, but I got through it.
But if only we could take the time to have a civilized conversation. Alas, we each have our roles, and mine is to tell the story as it unfolds. So behold, as the plot twists and turns, as the tale of hope and despair inches ever closer to its climax.
Closer to the end now. This is quite sad.
Is that a room?
As much as I want to complete the final chapter of Mobius, there was always something left to do. But I could go and complete the final chapter, and now it's here. I mean, it's amazing, but
Let the merry slaughter commence.
closer to the end of never playing Mobius again, which is very sad.
The stage is set at the Tower of Hope. The warrior of despair's horde marches on. A flood of misery.
But even though I probably have an hour left of the game,
but within this
might as well enjoy it while I can. That's what it's all about, just enjoying the time you have.
The light of hope. Buoyed by recent victories, the tower's defenders remain steadfast.
Today we win! What a crock! Forgot just how melodramatic Vox
Vox
can
has got to be one of the best voice
Gotta
actors I've
admit,
heard in Mobius.
it
He
does
is so
add some
good.
much-needed flair.
Palamecia teeters on the edge of hope and despair, and where it lands shall be decided here. Light and dark shall vie for supremacy, and their conflict shall give rise to a new tale.
I don't think so. You had your fun.
I wish that tale was
I'm
Mobius
ending
2, the sequel, but we'll probably never see that in our lifetime.
Indeed you shall, for there is none other who can. I did say we each had our own roles, did I not? Yours is to deliver this tale to its proper finale. You are the last player this performance will.
I'm excited to see how this story pans out. This will be cool. I'm just so excited to see what happens at the end. Who lives and who dies. I imagine quite a few people die as a Final Fantasy game. Perhaps a couple of people will sacrifice themselves. As long as Wall and
this
Echo
is what the rune's puppets
live
have
happily ever
wrought.
after.
The Tower of Hope, where they will so valiantly lay down their lives. But more than men will die here. This tower will be where hope itself is laid to rest. Now, let the merry slaughter commence.
They come.
We won't give those monsters a single inch!
Don't give monsters a single
Revenge
inch.
them, here and now.
Not unless they ask nicely and buy you dinner first.
Sarah, we await your orders.
Good. Our strategy remains unchanged.
Oh god, I hate this voice actor. I really hope Sarah dies in all
Each
this.
squad will engage a different group of fiends.
Man, it's pretty cool though.
When an opening presents itself, Sarah and I shall strike.
Forge the way, and we will follow. Only together can we achieve victory. And we will. Today we win!
Sarah, will you be okay without him?
I will. I must.
Is this what you want?
I must do this alone. Then shall we?
Defeat the Warrior of Despair. The Warrior of Despair has shown his face. You and your allies must defend hope at all costs. From here on, you may proceed using Mia and Sarah jobs. Set Mia. Oh god, not Sarah jobs. Oh, I did get the new Sarah Ultimate job, and I never did use it. So perhaps I can use it here. So what is Sarah? She is a ranger. This is it, Princess of Dusk. Raven Pierce. I've forgotten how to go into the custom panels. I haven't played for so long. How do we do it? So go into my job cards. Oh god, this is a low point on the video where I can't even remember how to unlock custom panels. Okay, boost the XP. Okay, okay, so that's the ultimate. So that's the skin. Ah, skill panel. There we go. Why am I such an idiot? I tell you, after not playing Mobius for 3 months, so much of it just escapes out of my mind how to actually even play the game or mechanics. I thought I'd never forget, but I couldn't even remember how ultimates worked. How did you even charge your ultimate gauge? I couldn't even remember how it even worked. And it's one of the reasons why I want to record this video, is just so I can look back and remember how the game was played. Apologies everyone that was watching and was expecting me to go through the channel. But sorry, new chapter. This is a quick pit stop, I promise. I'll be really quick. Luckily I saved enough skill seeds because I would not want to go back and I'll be able to level up some of these jobs because I'd have to skill seed farm. With only a few days left of this game, there's just no point doing any more seed farming. Okay, so that's done. What weapon shall I use? Yeah, that's good enough. So she's enhanced water 103, enhanced earth, enhanced light. What's a quick break? Quick break 30. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Let's have a look. So water, yeah, floral farrel, and one more card. What should we use? Godo. There we go. I'll just do that. Cross counter, good. Yeah. Knights of Around X. I think that's good, to be honest. I mean, what's ultimate? Ranger's Trance, Quicken. I don't really have to care, to be honest. This is easily going to get through all the content here. Maybe the lake. Yeah, let's put Dame Delat. No, the Mourner. Yep. Oh, that'll do. That's going to be good enough. Ah, so this is a low point in the final chapter, but I have to go through some nodes with Sarah Job and listen to her terrible voice acting. She really did a terrible job. It's like, I'm not sure if she was trying to be from like the House of Windsor or something. She was trying to do like a weird Queen accent, or it was just, let me light.
Dawn shall come.
Even after the darkest night, dawn shall come. I can do a better voice. I mean, it's just awful. Okay. Sarah, let us fight back these fiends. You go on ahead. I won't forget your bravery. May we meet again soon. I expect to see you all unharmed when I return. May the light of hope guide us. I think I did a better voice actor. I won't even insult Mia by pretending to a voice. Indeed, and now it is up to us to ensure the efforts weren't in vain. We must push forward. god, we're halfway through. Can we use warp shards? No. Okay. So next opportunity I get to do warp shards, I'm going to do just to speed this along, because 24 nodes and I'm 45 minutes in to the video.
My arrow shall pierce the veil of the future.
Even though I hated the voice acting of Sarah, it was an extremely cool job, and it's definitely one of my favourite jobs using. Looking back, using X Sarah, I mean, it's such a great job, especially when I was using that with Godo. Yeah, I really did enjoy the Sarah jobs. I thought they were very well done.
I want to be with you forever.
Just always remember using Ragnarok with Sarah jobs quite a lot. I should actually use my ultimate skill on this job to see if we get any extra dialogue, really.
Let this arrow grant your desire. I can still fight.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was worried having taken 3 months off the game if my deck would hold up to all this new content, but yeah, it's just as easy as I remember on auto. Okay, I think I made a mistake using Neo X Death because it's just taken too long to cast up. I really need to speed up these auto battles. Let's yes, if we put yeah, let's put the ultimate skin on, and let's just chuck Aerith there, that'll do. Yeah, that'll definitely speed up this. Okay, so we just got buffed there by someone. That was an interesting mechanic. The keepers weaken your foe. Okay, well I just one-shot him, so thanks for your help there, keeper. That was epic support. Couldn't have done it without you guys.
I can do this. Illuminate the darkness.
That's not bad ultimate, actually. The animation's pretty snappy.
All is frozen.
Do I have break abilities like? Let's take it off auto. That's pretty good considering I don't have break defense down on.
Against despair alone.
Oh look, Rito's on this one. Has Rito finished the final chapter yet? Not sure he has. Remember Rito saying for like a year or something that he would win the Battle Tower and he would win the Final Fantasy VIII Battle Tower. Yeah. I didn't think he did though. but yeah, I remember him talking about it on Discord for months, if not a year. Yeah, so many good players over the years I met and interacted with on Discord and Reddit and played with an MP and so many names, but yeah, Rito, that's a very pleasant name to come up, and yeah, he did some pretty good streams as well on towers. He would like stream the first 4 or 5 hours, and I remember I would wake up and he'd be 3 hours in and super tired. And yeah, I'd see him and yeah, give him a few cheers, chat, and yeah, I'll miss that. I really should have done the same thing, really. I mean, the start of a battle tower, the first 4 or 5 hours, you pretty much auto and everything. I mean, you're not using your final deck anyway in the battle tower, so looking back, I should have streamed the early towers. I mean, I would always do like a final tower video of me completing like the highest nodes and stuff like that, and doing a detailed explanation of the strategy I used and that type of thing. But yeah, looking back, I really could have done some streams. I think the only live streams I actually did was I did Minwell Poo, Minwell Pools, can't even say Pools, and Warrior of Light as well, which were both epic fails. And after those epic fails, oh no, I did another stream. I did. I got the very first Rift card on global server, which was the Fire Duncan card. That was it. Yeah, I remember streaming that. That was a good laugh. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, looking back, I should have done more streams. Should have done more videos as well. It wasn't that I didn't want to. I just really didn't have time. There was never enough time to do everything you wanted to do in Mobius. The amount I played took a massive toll on my free time, really. I mean, the amount I played, it was no wonder how I managed to hold down the job, hold down a successful relationship, go to the gym, have any friends. I mean, it was, I invested so much time into this game. But yeah, looking back, I played a little bit less. I could have had more time to do like more YouTube videos and stuff like that. Stuff that I would probably enjoyed more, to be honest, but there you go.
Until death do we part.
Okay, hopefully that's the end of the Serenades. That was pretty... oh no, one more. It's only 3 battles though, so that'll be easy. Now his graph.
A new partner
in the dance of death. Come on, Graph, unless you got Supreme cards, you're not gonna defeat me. Oop, just lost my video for a little bit, but back again. So here I am, bravely autoing Graph.
My arrow shall pierce the veil of the future.
Should probably just slow this down just so I can actually see what's going on. So okay.
Choose the spell you wish to cast.
Okay, let's break both those guys. What the hell? Has he just casted? He's just got a Tiamat on me. What the hell? Okay, alright, well.
I cannot lose.
Yeah, you can lose. You're actually fighting Lord here. No, this will do.
The future is ours to
That wasn't
shape.
too hard. At least I remember how to break the enemy with an ultimate. But why? Why did you?
The warrior of despair has fallen. Victory! Glory, may she...
Wait, that's the light of hope.
Sarah, wait. Something comes. Is that
Sophie?
Sophie? No.
Is that
it
Sophie
something much
possessed by
worse.
something?
The fight isn't over! Do not fear! Drive it back!
Drive Sophie back?
Now this is more like it. I hope you did not think I would die so easily. Not when the best has just begun. So many hopeful souls eager to die. And I shall oblige every last one.
That graph always up to no good.
Then kill him
Can't say I'll miss graph too much when the game's over, but
They know no fear. Their
definitely
hope
miss
makes
Mia,
them bold.
Wall, Echo,
They're reckless.
Gilgamesh, but we'll
Sarah,
get to see
you
Gilgamesh in
must
other
tread
Final
carefully.
Fantasy games, no doubt.
If these soldiers fight now, their lives are forfeit.
I'm afraid words are of little help now. They are committed to this battle. We must get to the front lines. If they will not defend themselves, then I will.
Follow the Keeper's trail. The return of a warrior of despair has filled the Keepers with unrivaled bloodlust, and they have rushed headlong into battle. Defeat its fiends to keep the bloodshed to a minimum. Okay, well, that's a great tip. So just kill stuff. Okay. Ooh, I'm so close to finishing part 1. I think I'll just, as soon as I finish part 1, I need to make myself a nice cup of tea just to wake myself up. Because it's quite late in the morning. Oh yeah, it's 1:45, which is, so it's past midnight. And it's actually my birthday today, which is pretty cool, because my birthday, 28th of June, coincides with the very last Mobius day on Global. Which I'm not sure if they are celebrating Mobius Day still, but the 28th would have been the last Mobius Day, so it's pretty cool. Happy birthday to myself, and it's my birthday present. I get to play the final chapter of Final Fantasy Mobius, which is get to finish the game that I absolutely love. So yeah, this is probably the best birthday present ever. Looking back at the game, and just got so many memories about the game. There's one thing that I never did in the game, but I really wish I could go back and do again. But this is more of a completionist. I could have, because I started the game off in the first few days, I could have got every single card in the game. Now I got a fair chunk. I think I got about 2/3 of the card catalog completed. But if I went back and I upgraded every single one of them with drop cards that I got, I could have got every single card in the game. The only cards that would have been really tricky were the Final Fantasy Type 0 cards, because I remember it took me quite a lot of pulls to get Rem Machina, which was the first 5-star card in the game if I remember. But there was a Water Warrior card which was 4-star. It had a water ability and it would activate Berserk as well. I didn't get that card, but if I could go back in time and play the game all over again, I would have upgraded every single one of my drop cards and just try to have been more of a completionist, so that I could have finished off Mobius and achieved every single card in the game. Because I'm not sure if anyone on a Japanese server or a Korean server or the Taiwan server, definitely not the Korean server, that ended after a couple of years. But I'm not sure if anyone on any server ever completed the entire card catalogue, and that would be one hell of an achievement. So, and but the two achievements I really wanted at the start of this year. So, two achievements I wanted to do was get level 400. I didn't quite do that. I got to level 341 and mod 200 weapons. I think I got to about 138, something like that. And so those were the achievements that I wanted to do this year. But fortunately, you know, the end of service announcement got announced. I sort of kept going for a month, kept going for a few weeks, and I did one more battle tower, but my heart wasn't really in it. I could see that the end was coming. It was just so depressing. I lost my motivation to play on, and yeah, I mean, other things happened, but it just got to the point where I felt like I had to quit. But definitely, I just wish that the game, I don't know, I just wish we had one more year. I think the game could have gone for one more year. We could have gone through to 2020, and then, you know, Christmas or New Year, we could have finished the game. And because there was still a lot more content coming out. I mean, we got well, in Japanese version there was the Damage Limit Break 2 cards were just coming out, so they released 6 of those, and we only got one of those on global, Tale of Despair, which was the Vox card. So there could have been many more Supremes come out. They could have changed the gameplay mechanics. They could have even done like a season 3 and then just increased damage resistance on all enemies, so it's sort of back to start season 2 levels again. They could have done so much more to keep the game going, but you know, the game wasn't really that popular, so there was a few players that supported the game quite fervently, like myself, but you know, the player base wasn't there to support it, which was a shame really, because I've had a look at other games, and there just isn't anything that compares to this game at all, really. I mean, I've played 7 Deadly Sins. I made the transition in March to that game, which is a fantastic game. But, you know, the content's mainly designed... I mean, the whole game system's basically revolves around a PvP system, PvP gameplay mechanic. So you have very quick battles and sort of paper, rock, scissors. And it lacks the sort of intricacy and in-depth strategy and tactics this game has. So this game really did offer something special, and it's just a shame that, you know, the game was ended. But I think after, you know, 3 years of playing this game to death, it was time for me to quit anyway, and time for me to go and have a new adventure that didn't involve playing on Mobius Final Fantasy on my phone, because in Christmas I welcomed my first child, and it's quite funny really, because my fiance was in labour at the time, and I was in the battle tower. I was getting to the top of the battle tower, and she was like, oh, a few centimeters or something, and I'd go down, and I got the winning floor, and I was so far ahead of everyone else, but I knew I won the battle tower, and I just put it away, and it's like, oh yeah, my fiance's going into labour, and I'm having my first son, so I should really, you know, put Mobius to the side a little bit. My addiction's probably getting a bit out of control. And anyway, at the start of the year, I had, you know, I've got a new family, and I just felt like this. I've been saying to myself for every year that there has to be a point where I have to slow down my Mobius gameplay and not play so hardcore, and just, you know, play more casually and enjoy it more. So I thought, 2020, this is the year. I'm going to play more casually. I'm going to put the game down somewhat, and just, you know, enjoy other things in my life. Really, I've played too much Mobius already. It's time to play more casually. And then we got the, you know, end of service announcement, so that sort of took center stage really, and so I thought, right, well, I have to, instead of playing more casually, I'll probably just stop playing altogether really. But yeah, at the start of the year, I mean, I really wish I could have got to level 400 and got 200 weapons. I mean, it would have been, I mean, I played legit, so I never did any macros or hacks or cheats or anything like that, but a lot of players early on in the game did use macros on their phones to just auto repeat nodes, just so that they could just EXP farm. and there was a couple of players, I think Blades and Valkyrie, whatever the hell his name was. And they got to 200, and they got to like level 260, far past anyone else because they would use macros to basically cheat, farm overnight. I guess they had to, every 2 hours they would have to reset the macro because it has an anti-macro part of the game where you get a question, do you want to continue, and it would, so that would throw you out of the game. But yeah, if I did that I could have easily got level 400, but then again, if you're cheating, it devalues the whole experience of the game anyway, so looking back I definitely don't regret doing any macros or cheats or underhanded stuff like that. I mean, I read the terms of service and I just followed it. Can't say every other player did, but there you go, that's life.
My poison shall give you a...
But definitely during season 2 I definitely did start EXP farming in a big way. I just remember I would EXP farm in the morning on my commute into work. I would, you know, my commute back from work, I'd do some more EXP farming. I probably did a bit at lunchtime as well because I had 2 mobile phones. So one of my mobile phones I'll just watch some TV or something on my lunch break, chill out, and then the other one I'd be EXP farming on Mobius, and then I'd come back and watch TV with my fiance and just hang out with her, and then yeah, I'd have my mobile phone on my armchair, on the side of my armchair, and I'd be pressing that every minute to EXP farm in the brink, and yeah, it's just yeah, it's just like doing that thousands of times just to get one level, but you know, I did it, and I did it in a legit way, and yeah, it's just funny looking back and you have all those silly memories. I'm excited to finish up part 1 of the chapter, and then I'm really quite excited about making a cup of tea because it's getting to like 1 AM, so I just need a quick cup of tea, maybe another beer, and just give myself the energy to finish part 2. Maybe I'll be less chatty because I'm so tired, but part of the reason I'm so tired is my little baby was, I say little baby, he's 6 months now, but he was just screaming and crying all day, so I was so tired just looking after him today, so I actually get some peace and quiet now at night, so it's quite nice just to be able to focus on Mobius.
You deserve...
Let this arrow grant your desire.
Should have put Neo X Death on the sub job, but it doesn't really matter. His content's pretty easy. Should just really make sure that I'm using ultimate to break. Oh god. Tiamat's just killed the keeper. Okay, good work.
I shall convey.
Well.
Now the real fight begins. Down. Fall before me.
Okay, I didn't mean to kill it so easily. Well, let's do some drives anyway, just in case.
Now the real fight begins.
Yeah, I mean, that really...
Hope is not an illusion.
Perhaps I'm overthinking this. This is only just story chapters. It's not really going to be any challenge.
Everyone, you must listen to me. It's too dangerous to keep fighting.
It's no use. They will not.
They must stop.
Sorry to keep...
Brother?
They've been blinded by hope, overcome with it. We need to snap them out of this trance.
Nice good thwack on the head ought to do it, don't you think? Let's round them up and...
Nice Echo's strategy of just beating sense into him. Bring the keeper to their senses. Okay. Okay, I can use Lord jobs now, so that's what I want to do. This is so close to finishing up. I really do need a cup of tea. I'm so close to falling asleep. But I just want to do this video of part 1, then quickly do part 2, and then call it quits.
Pierce the veil of the future.
Oh god, why am I such an idiot? I should have just switched to my Lord job. My wall job, I should say, instead of using Sarah, but there we go. Let's just nuke them unbroken, I guess.
Each one of us shall fall first.
I'll be your first opponent. These arrows bear my conviction.
So cool how even these minor characters, these keepers, get special abilities catered on Blitz. I've never seen that before in the game. It's just those little bits of attention to detail I miss about Mobius.
I'm still in this.
It's so weird how like the designers of this game spent so much time, so much effort into making such a great game. Then the marketing team just does such a poor job of promoting the game and making sure that it has a good player base.
We all know
So
this,
sad.
but it would seem that some among us have forgotten that. I would caution against interfering if things are proceeding as planned. What? You would suggest letting Vox control the course of the story? We are not bound to his whims. Oh. That light. No, it can't
Ah, so the
be.
echoes can be controlled by Vox.
You're Vox. I understand now. With chaos fallen, the Palamecian system collapsed. The world was lost. Did Vox always have the power to control us? Indeed. The fairies are but one of Palamecia's countless creatures.
So Vox controls
all
everyone.
within his control.
Everyone in Palamecia.
Humans, too, are powerless to resist him. However, he wisely hid this from the world. Instead, he chose to play the role of its mouthpiece.
Chose to play
Through
the
the
role
echoes,
of its
he spoke with
mouthpiece.
his true voice, built the groundwork for his grand design. In silence, he set the stage.
Okay, I'm
From
interested in what Vox has got up his
pulled the
sleeve.
strings, until at last he wove a new tale of hope. So now we delight in the role he has given us. We shall devote ourselves to the realization of his story, just as he has written. And then hope shall return to Palamecia. All worlds near and far shall bask in its glow.
Can't say the story's getting that interesting, to be honest. Something about Sophie being abducted, going to the Tower of Hope, Vox controlling echoes. It's got some type of grand design. More interested in that, but we'll see.
Back again, are you? We have to stop meeting like this.
Relish in the chance to kill me time and again. It is your nature, after all.
It is becoming somewhat boring, is it not? Again he falls and rises. It may be time for a new contrivance.
Who asked you?
Every tale of hope requires despair in equal measure. That light! Could it be?
This is getting more interesting.
Stop!
Do you not desire the strength to win?
How dare you! I am the warrior of despair! I alone can...
He's being controlled by Vox. Ooh. Okay.
Pierce the darkness.
Let's try that.
Shine bright on the morrow.
Let's try a break. KO TRX. So he's damage immune now, but we can attack Sophie, I guess. Absolute defense dissipates, so now we can. Ooh, now we can attack Graph.
I can do this. I must fight.
Chaos is released. Okay. Okay, now we can attack Graph again. He seems to have a lot of HP, but it's not like he can keep up these attacks. Don't think we're any. Okay, let's see what he does. Return to darkness. Absorbing Sophie's energy. Okay. Let's try an ultimate to break.
I must fight, light the path forward.
You should not be so cavalier with your life.
I shall be the beacon that guides others to safety.
You deserve punishment.
I'll be your first opponent.
Okay, that was a pointless move, but there we go. Ooh, that was not good. There we go. It's taking quite a bit of health off. There we go. Finally.
I live just as my desire dictated.
Yeah, this is the last fight of part 1 of the final chapter. Wasn't really that hard, but didn't expect it to be too hard.
Sophie? No. What happened?
He still lives! Finish him off!
See to those two.
I will.
We mustn't allow him to live! For Palamisia! For Palamisia!
They've been driven mad by hope.
No, it's not that. It's not hope that's causing this. Something else has a hold of them. Vox is behind this. As always, he guides these misdeeds.
Oh my, what a tragic turn of events. If I had tears, they would be raining from the heavens.
Not as tragic as you think. I knew you were behind.
For once, I do not speak of you. No, Sarah is the tragic figure in this turn. Consider, if you will, how she knows of me. Sarah, whose every memory was whisked away, including of me.
What?
Sarah, whose every action I have observed from
Now, this is getting interesting.
whose every memory is intact. She played the role of dutiful sister well. To protect you, to shield you from yourself. Princess Sarah, ever bearing the burden of prophecy. She stood for the world you changed, the world you crushed to pieces. She would be a constant reminder of what you escaped, what you abandoned. You would never be free. So she set herself aside for your sake. For you, she lowered herself into ignorance to safeguard your fragile ego.
He's wrong. That's not why I...
Then why did you...
To think you meant to protect her. So blinded by self-righteousness, you fail to see the truth. Perhaps you are the tragic figure here. For soon, after cutting your way free of one web of lies, you began to weave your own.
Yeah, don't touch him, Sarah.
Such wasted effort. And for what? You trapped yourself in a prison of your own making. A clown humoring only himself.
Shut up!
You would demand such a thing from me? Me? You are in no position. Struggle and protest. It shall avail you not. I am done with your insolence. You will come to know your place. How do you fare, warrior of light? Do you feel the chill washing over you? The darkness creeping into your heart?
You can't let it win!
How wonderful despair's embrace! You are mine at last. Your body, your mind.
What the hell?
Very
Vox has
soul.
taken over Wall. Okay.
Let us deliver unto Palamecia the story it desires. A story without equal. As the curtain rises on the final act, assume the role you were born to play. Become evil, sin, and depravity.
Become Sarah's voice actor. Okay, part 1 done. Ooh, I've got some summon tickets, so I can do one more pull now. I'll do one more pull, then I'll take a quick tea break, and then yeah, do part 2. Have the final chapter, and then that'll be the end of Mobius for me, and I might just go cry after that. Yeah, I didn't think I'd get a Supreme. Got a weird dog type samurai, so that's great. Ooh, get one more ticket though. Ooh, interesting. What happens if you click on purchase Magicite? Magicite's okay. Okay, so I need like 1,000 Magicite and I can do one more pull, so yeah, 2 more multi-pulls and I've gone. And then I'll have increased Supreme chance, so I could, if I wanted to, actually pull a new Supreme before my Mobius tail ends, but that'll be for another time. Time to call this quits for part 1 and see you soon for part 2. Okay, back again, and farmed today for enough for 4 pulls, so let's see if I get lucky and get one of the final Supreme cards. So let's do it. And my limit breaks are 75.4, so after 2 multi pulls, I'll be going into increased chance of Supreme cards. So that's pretty cool. So let's do it. Blue. Okay, great. Okay. Got high hopes on this one. Bang! Green. Not good enough. Okay, so I've got 1.4% chance up, so let's give this a go. Yes, this is a Supreme, I know it, because it took a little bit longer to load up. Okay, well that's completely wrong. Okay, 4.4% up, so got a good chance. one more summon ticket. Oh. Okay, well, not exactly what I wanted, but I've got 7.4% chance up, so I just need to do a little bit more farming and come back, and hopefully I can get enough for a couple more pulls, and yeah, let's see what happens. Okay guys, welcome back to Praise the Lord. It's another Lord video, and this time I'm I'm going to finish off part 2 of the final chapter of Mobius Final Fantasy. Had a lot of emotions about this today, and so if I cry while I'm playing through the last chapter, you'll forgive me for that. But after my failed summons before the first part 1, the final chapter, and just and some failed summons just after I finished part 1 of the chapter as well, I went through the anniversary map because I still had about 60 warp shards, so I just very quickly warp sharded around the first anniversary map. So I got some more summon cards, and I got some more Magicite, so I can do some more pulls. So by my calculations, I could do 3 multi-pulls right here, and then by 1 more summon card with Celestiads, which will enable 5 individual summons. So if I go to here, summon screen, so my additional slot Supreme card chance is up by 7.4%. So I'll do 3 multi-summons, each summon will boost that by 3%, so 10.4, 13.4, so 16.4%. So if I haven't pulled it in 3 multi-summons, I'm going to do an individual summon, and I've got 5 of those, so 5 times 16 is, what's that, 80, so yeah. Hopefully my time will come and I'll be able to finish off Final Fantasy with either the Tale of Hope card or the Tale of Despair. Just want one of the new Supreme cards. I won't get them all, but that's fine. I have quit for 3 months and just come back, so these things happen. So this will be my last time, arguably, summoning for Supreme cards in Final Fantasy Mobius. I just hope to God, to Vox, whoever, praise Odin, but I'll be able to finish my Mobius career our winner, and here we go. So first summon. Okay, blue. Still not over yet, still not over. Oh, look at that dude. Oh my god, I never ever got a Supreme card from the first 6. I don't think so, no. No, actually, tell a lie, I got Chaos doing that. But okay, 10.4, I've got 2 more multi-summons, so let's go. Please, rainbow, rainbow. Yes! Yes, finally. Apologies for my swearing, might have to edit that out. Oh, there we go, in the 7th slot. Finally, I can go out, I can end my Mobius career on a high. I can end it as a winner. Very proud of my achievements during Mobius, but A Tale of Hope, fantastic. That's exactly what I want. I mean, I wanted Vox as well, to be honest, but Vox would have been cool to nuke everything down. But A Tale of Hope, if the world is flooded with despair, then we have but to fill it with hope. This is Supreme card, the rarest of cards. Its abilities, powerful effects are active on you and your foes for a certain number of actions, so you deal more damage and your ultimate charge, get ultimate charge quicker, and your foes take more damage. Okay, starting your deck increases basic attributes and generates prismatic orbs each turn. Okay, so Supreme Illusion, so enhanced life, quick recast. Okay. Greatly decreases defense against break, defense against. Okay, I remember on Reddit when I saw this card and I thought, I wish I could play long. Wish the game would hold out long enough for me to get this card. So that is, and it's finally happened. So that is good. Greatly increases critical chance and actions increase. Okay, well I'm looking forward to testing this out. Base attributes free prismatic. Okay, so I'll just quickly level that up and get yeah, put a cross counter on it. So since I have the tickets, I might as well just do a bonus YOLO summon. I've never got 2 Supremes back to back. I don't think I will be able to, but if I do get Vox, that'll be greatly appreciated. Nope. Okay, so I can buy 2 more summon tickets. I might as well just do 1 final YOLO. Just so glad I had to farm 20k Magicite in one day and then go through as many event maps as I could, so I'm just glad I did that. Let's try one more. Here we go. No. another supreme dupe right there. That's the story of my life. I must have a record of getting the most amount of supreme dupes in the game, but there you go. Such is life. Right, well, I'm excited. Let's... I mean, I will need to obviously sort this out once I'm... let's chuck... let's just chuck Flora Farrell on there. Okay, let's check our new Supreme card on. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, favourite. I haven't played this for so long, I've forgotten how to... What do? I think I've forgotten how to do it. Yep, we fusion it. It's embarrassing when you've had 3 months off Mobius, you've got no idea how to play it again. There we go. So, bank, I think I have... lots of EXP eggs somewhere. Where are they? Or are they in my slots? Ah, here we go. Okay, now we have to augment it. Curious to see how many growth stars I've actually got. I can't remember. Let's have a look. 151, not bad. Remember at the start of the game when these were so rare, but eventually after about, I think, a few months of playing, I just never had more than I could possibly need. Okay, so I should have augmented it, then used my heart egg, but there you go. Okay, let's just do this. I found a bunch of exchanges in the Ultimate Coliseum when that came out. I can't remember when that came out, the end of last year was it? But yeah, I farmed quite a lot. So I've still got quite a few left over which I can use. 83, that's not a lot, but it's more than I can possibly need with less than 48 hours to... oh, of course, yes. I have to fusion, boost fusion. Oh, I've forgotten all this. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Forgot all how to do that. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That's the ticket. And so one more of those, and 2 cross-counter fractals. I farmed so many. I think I farmed about 200 because I knew they would never come back, and they would change the meta completely. But there we go. There we go. Happy with that. I might set that as my rental card as well. Why not? Do I do that by going to profile? Yeah. Ooh. Let's get rid of this. What shall I say? Some sappy comments since I'm getting emotional. Never forget our Polynesian journey. Cool. So let's just double check that works. Cool. Happy with that. Got Bridal Echo. Was debating finishing up with Pirate Echo outfit, but nope, I'll do that. Right, let's finish up the final chapter. It's getting oh, it's past midnight now, my time, so I want to get this through this as quickly as I can, really, so I can go to sleep. That's pretty cool. So yeah, so believe that when I started pulling, it was my birthday, and I pulled my last Supreme card on my birthday, which was the last Mobius day for the global server, which is pretty cool. But onto the final chapter.
No! Sarah, wait!
It's you.
Sorry to be abrupt, but you must leave now.
Mia taking charge of the situation. Hope this Mia doesn't die during the last chapter. I haven't heard any spoilers, but I've got a feeling she'll make a sacrifice somehow. She won't survive, but we'll see.
I remember now. Sophie. Must I repeat myself again? There is no Sophie. Your beloved sister is long dead. The girl before you is related neither by blood nor fate. As for her name, just ask. Sophie.
So let's see how many nodes. 44 nodes. Okay, this won't take that long. Ooh. Okay, I can only use a graph job. Okay. Or ultimate cards, it looks like. Okay, well let's just quickly make a graph deck. Okay, standard tanking deck on my sub. Let me just switch that up for... Chevalier Nor, I guess. What's his? So enhancer. Yeah, let's just do this. That'll do. Yeah, let's use my new card, why not? Okay, let's just get let's just change that form of job recast. Yeah, Seth's got stun. Okay, yeah, let's just leave it like that. That'll do. Can't imagine this content will be too difficult anyway, but looking forward to using my Tale of Hope card for the first time. Very exciting. It's funny how I was really excited about playing the last chapter and doing some pulls. Even though the game's less than 48 hours left, it was still exciting to be able to pull a Supreme card. Let's just test out the animation and I'll put it to slow. Supreme Illusion. Oh, that's nice. Got everyone there. Even Chaos, or the Archfiend.
No place to run, no place to hide. Challenge me again.
Didn't really get to use the Tale of Hope too much, just destroyed everything. There you go.
Brother? No, you're not my brother. You never were. And I'm not Sophie. Not Sophie. But who? Who am I?
Who is Sophie?
Who am I?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Well, it does, Max. It's the final chapter. We need to know who Sophie is. I mean, it's not going to get wrapped up next week, is it? The game's going to be finished. I'll try not to talk through the cutscenes and the dialogue, and just do some random conversation just to spice things up in the battles. Maiden appears to have checked out. Okay, so that's Graph talking. I never realised on the animation that Graph put a rose between his teeth and then threw it out. Funnily enough, I tried to do that at the Oktoberfest by putting a rose between my teeth and down in a stein on top of the table. Didn't quite work out too well. Ended up in intensive care in Munich, so, but you know, worth a go.
I wandered for so long. I had no one, nothing but my despair. And you had even less. You lost your very self. No, it was taken from you. The runes made fools of us both. They filled us with false hope, and then left us with nothing. How did we let this happen?
Oh. Not really sure about Graph and Sophie's stories wrapping up. I mean, I didn't really feel too invested in them throughout Chapter 2. I know on Discord a lot of people like Graph, like Sophie's outfits, but yeah, just more interested in seeing how things wrap up with Wall.
I'll lay everything on the line.
And seeing how seeing what happens to Echo. Hopefully Wall and Echo have a happy ending, but we'll see. I'm interested in what happens in Nia, really. I mean, those are the main three I'm interested in, the story wrapping up. I'm interested to see what happens with Vox as well. Vox was always one of the most interesting characters I found during the entire series.
For a spell.
Okay.
Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Ever.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice. Graf said he won't abandon her ever. But realistically, we'll have to abandon her at some point. You know, I'll have to go to the post office, or you know, go to a toilet, or do something else. But it's a nice sentiment anyway.
You gambled your life and lost.
I do like the Tale of Hope animation. That is really neat. I don't know how I feel. Like playing through these last couple of days have been super nostalgic. All these memories that sort of went away really when I quit the game in March have just come welling back up, and I feel like, did I make the right decision quitting in March? But I was so burnt out by Mobius, I just couldn't play anymore. With a new family as well, I couldn't invest the time into it like I wanted to. But
Why are you protecting me?
definitely part of me wishes that I stayed on in March and kept playing, and used the Tale of Hope card, and cleared the dimension distortions and did more Endless War 4, but you know,
All I remember is
you always have
beach,
regrets of everything.
waves crashing on the shore, days passing by. Mostly I remember boredom. It feels so distant. Why can I remember that, but not my name? I wish I could...
Sophie.
Don't!
So I just noticed I got 14 warp shards left, so these easy nodes, I'll just try and skip through them with my warp shards. I might as well use them. I won't be able to use them in a couple of days, so use them or lose them. I'll just speed through this easier content. Hopefully to wrap the game up I have a few tough battles. That'll be cool. I think I can still get it done. Did win 16 battle towers, so I know the mechanics of the game, but I am pretty rusty.
Now what have you done? You really shouldn't make girls cry. You. Sophie is... Are you really so dense? That name only serves to dredge up her most painful memories. Why do you insist on reopening old wounds? To make your pain hers. How heartless you must be. Although this is a heartless world, perhaps you belong here after all. You survived this long, did you not?
Just gonna check. Enhanced light 15%. What else have I got? Yeah, I'll stick with this weapon. Ability chain 47. Okay, I'll against the dark enemy, and I'll be using my light Warrior Supreme card. Should probably get it done. We'll see. Don't really want to spend too much time messing around with my deck.
You're open!
Okay, well, it's fighting lots of copies. It's like I'm fighting Naruto here. Just using Shadow Clone Jutsu. If I can keep this up, my finger's not even tired clicking on my mouse. Okay, that's pretty cool. Can't say that was too hard, but
now it ends. Keep away from her. Her? Who? Do you not care enough to say her name? Her real name, not the one you so selfishly gave her.
I don't have a name. I'm no one. I don't belong anywhere. It'd be best if I went away.
No. No, you're wrong, Sophie. Sophie is dead. She's not. True. My sister may be gone. However, Sophie still lives. This Sophie still lives. And if you dislike that name, choose another. Anything you wish.
But I don't know what I want. What I should do.
That's fine. We start from the beginning then. We may have lost our pasts, but our futures shine bright. We can rebuild, discover who we are once again. We can choose how we want to live.
Is it okay if I call myself Sophie?
You would be just as dear to me by any other name. Call yourself what you will.
What I will? Then, if it's up to me, it'll be Sophie. Even if I'm not really her. Even if it was just the rooms. I liked being Sophie. And so, that's who I'm gonna be.
Ah, but did you forget her fate? Perhaps you would like to share that as well.
No, I will never forget that. But from now on, this life is my own.
work together with Sophie. Okay, it's pretty cool. Do I have to choose a Sophie job now?
Like that!
You gambled your life and lost.
Okay, it's doing quite a lot of damage. Oh cool, Sophie's got Fire Duncan Supreme, so...
I want to be with you forever!
Okay, that was too easy. Hopefully towards the end of the chapter there's some decent challenges.
None shall remember the names of those who do not fight. It is safe to say you will not be forgotten.
You.
I see your wounds healed nicely. Did you ever thank me for saving your hide?
It seems I am in your debt again.
Not my debt. Calamicia's. You are needed most urgently. For what? It was no mean feat to will yourself into becoming someone else. That same strength can be used to shape the very fabric of the world. Shape it? How? However you like. How you live from now on is up to you and you alone. Yeah. Be whoever you like. Go wherever you like. I'll be glad to take you there.
I trust you will.
First stop, the Tower of Hope.
Now what do we have here?
This is the Gate of Hope. Once opened, the entirety of Palamecia's hope shall flow through it.
Flow? To where? What's behind this gate?
Behind this gate lies myriad worlds, stars beyond counting. You see, Palamecia's hope is not its own. It is a precious resource, and must ever be replenished. When this gate is cast wide, hope floods into the hearts of those in need of it. Such is Palamecia's purpose, to deliver whole worlds from the brink of despair. The tale of hope is no mere contrivance, but a necessity. And so it is your fate to fight, for the sake of this world, and indeed of all worlds.
Quite a lot to take in.
He does love to talk, doesn't he?
That he does. But it does not mean we must listen. His words serve but to manipulate. Then he will cast you aside.
Now, there is no need to be so cruel. I only wish to make my role a more active one. And now my labors bear fruit as the actors take the stage. Captured by a felled beast, our princess awaits rescue. Will our heroes succeed? Oh, would that I could fight by their side. Alas, I can but watch as events unfold before me. I could certainly ask for worse. I must be content with a front row seat. A prime view of the battle on which the fate of worlds hangs. How thrilling. By our heroes' deeds, may the hopeless turn hopeful, making brilliant the light which nourishes us all.
Sophie and Mia will join you from this point forward. Rely on your allies and make your way to the top. Rescue the princess. Okay, we can do this. Okay, so let's speed this up. Warp shard seems like cheating, but I just want to speed it up. Some battles I can't though. Such a weird sense of finality. After years playing this game, countless nights, countless days, countless hours, it's all coming to an end. And when it ends, we can never go back. We can never relive our experiences, just relive our memories, I guess. But that's part of the reason why I wanted to record the final chapter of this, so that years gone by, when I think of the game I spent so long on, but got sort of memento of it, really.
Time to fly.
Only one of us walks away from this.
Wow, that's a huge giant giant. But it's not really going to stand up to my graph.
Becomes one with me.
I shall not suffer those with evil in their hearts. The light! Judgment!
Oh god. when you auto battle, the AI just does some ridiculous maneuvers, but I'm pretty tired, so I'll just try and auto when I can. I'm back. But you are, now what should I call you? Just Sophie will do. I don't know what my name was before, but I know who I am now. Good. Well then, Sophie, let me welcome you back with open arms. Thank you very much. Okay, so Fallen Echo. Yeah, so a weird sense of finality. The game's over. I remember when I heard the news that the game was going to be ending. Went to my fiance's parents' place and we were just sort of recuperating after having our first son, because we were in hospital for a week because my fiance got an infection, so did my little baby as well, so we had a week in hospital, which was awful, and then we were recuperating at my fiance's parents, and I was just taking it easy, really, just relaxing as much as I could, just playing a little bit of Mobius, and then yeah, I looked on the Discord and people were talking about the game ending, and that was it, really.
You guys!
Very sad day.
Sophie, as spirited as ever. And she brought the Warrior of Despair.
We're glad to have you on our side this time.
You would let me join you?
Yeah, we've got the Omega squad, so we're pretty much
Ready
unbeatable
and
now.
With pleasure. Don't worry, we heard about everything. All is forgiven. We're information travel.
On the wings of fairies? Huh. Those same wings brought us news of yet another crisis.
What happened? That voice in the sky was going on about a princess and monsters?
Yes, that's the short of it. Sarah has been captured.
And by a monster, no less. We tried to help, but we had no choice but to flee.
Not even Marsalis stood a chance against...
And that's where we come in.
Indeed.
This deadly dance shall be your last!
Graf does look pretty cool in his outfit with that sword.
Challenge me if you dare!
I don't think this Graf job's the best use of Tale of Hope because it has, as part of its Supreme exclusive effect, every action you take after you cast it boosts your ultimate gauge, but when you ultimate with Graf you lock your ultimate gauge, so it's probably not the best choice, but its content should be pretty easy anyway.
Challenge me if you dare! Strength overflows within me! With unbridled rage! Sink into the depths! With unbridled rage! Now the victor collects his spoils.
Got Graf, Mia and Sophie, so the enemies didn't stand a chance. This looks ominous.
No, is that... It can't be! What happened to him? Vox happened. Everyone has a weak spot, you see. And Vox has a way of wheedling it out of people. It only took a few words to send our friend sinking into despair. But he didn't seem sad before. Looks can be deceiving. Did you think he was invincible? I made the same mistake. The burden he bears is heavier than either of us could have imagined. Then it's up to his friends to share the load. I'm here. I'll save them both. Sophie. My name's not Sophie. It never was. But even if that's not my name, it doesn't change who I am. So, I'm gonna see them safe no matter what, because that's what I would do. Get ready! Your savior is coming! Sorry if you end up with a few bruises. Delicacy was never my strong suit. Doesn't look like there's any stopping you. Then again, there never was. Just like old times, huh? Yep, just like old times.
It is settled then. We should hurry.
We must proceed with caution. I sense Vox is tittering as we depart to save the princess. Events are playing out exactly as he has envisioned.
It would be far worse to stand by and do nothing while an ally suffers. There is but one choice here, the right one. If we must play Vox's game, so be it. Consequences be damned. Now, I begin to repay my debts.
Okay, that's pretty cool, so... So we're about a third into it now. So we're getting closer now. Stories get more interesting. Sophie's been abducted by a Wall who transformed into a demon. So, need to find out a bit more about that. Okay, so we have to hunt for some crystals. Okay. Vox's trials have commenced. Defeat the Guardians of the Four Crystals and open the way forward. Okay, I remember doing this on a previous chapter a long time ago. So we've got... hopefully we don't have to use Arch Lieutenant cards, because that would be annoying. I'm just going to use the graph job I have. I don't think it's going to be that hard.
This deadly dance shall be your last!
No, it doesn't really seem that hard.
Just discourage me!
It's pretty cool though that Tale of Hope's on a one-turn cooldown, which is ridiculous. When I read about the card on Reddit, it was just released on JP, and it just seems such an overpowered card that I couldn't see how they could really top it. Really, it just seemed that the game was going to end shortly afterwards, really, and I guess my suspicions were correct, really. So I'll diminish the break gauge and then use Graph's ability to ultimate to break the break gauge.
Did you find the strength? You wish to gamble your life away? Be my guest.
Okay.
You gambled your life and lost. No place to run. No place to hide. Meet your end. Meet your end. Too slow.
Okay, we have to take it on again then.
With unbridled blade.
Into the depths of darkness. It's time.
Let's just tank it this turn. And then we'll switch to Graph when I'm able to use ultimates again.
Victory at any cost. The boulders are inexorable.
Now you'll really be afraid.
I hear the lamentations.
Where did you
Cool,
find
good work,
this?
me. Just managed to break that quite easily.
I shall reveal your true nature.
There we
Follow
go.
me again, if you wish.
Easy stuff. That's one of the crystals.
I'll lay everything on the line. Hear the earth tremble.
Probably wasn't the best choice.
This deadly dance shall be your last. With unbridled rage, challenge me if you dare.
Okay, that's interesting. Tale of Hope doesn't increase duration of buffs. That's quite interesting. If it did, that'd be quite a busted card because your buffs would never run out, pretty much.
I see you defeat me.
You wish to gamble your life away? Be my guest.
You're finished.
You gambled your life and lost. My will is indomitable.
Yeah, I forgot I had ultimate ultimate zap on. I just ultimate. But it's probably worth doing just to speed this fight up.
You're open. Go. The boulders are inexorable. This deadly dance shall be your last.
We have the rest of our
continue to
lives
fight.
together.
Not a shadow shall remain.
I shouldn't have used my earth ability on it, just ended up healing it, but it's like 1 AM my time, I'm getting extremely tired. I'm just trying to yeah, just get through this content really so I can finish off final chapter. Because I have, by my calculations, less than 30 hours before the game ends, so I just need to power through as quickly as I can.
With unbridled rage, you gambled your
pretty cool though, fighting alongside Mia and Sophie. It's a nice way to end the game, fighting with the other characters.
The boulders are inexorable! Sink into the depths! The earth roars!
All becomes one with me.
I shall reveal your true nature. Hear the earth tremble!
Like that!
This deadly dance shall be your last! With unbridled rage, hear the earth tremble! Reach your end! Too slow! You're open!
Fire!
The earth roars!
Now that's the spirit!
The prophecy is not
The earth roars! Sink into the depths! Strength overflows within me! The boulders are inexorable! Sink into the depths! Challenge me again!
I love this Tale of Hope card.
You gambled your life and lost! The boulders are inexorable! The earth roars! The boulders are inexorable! The moon spells out your doom! With unbridled rage!
I have fond memories of battling Tiamat. I remember in Endless War how difficult he was, especially in Endless War 2.
Unbridled rage!
Many attempts against him, but looks like he's going down pretty easily on this.
You're open! Hear the earth tremble! Sink into the depths! With unbridled rage!
Now that's the spirit!
Sink into the depths!
Cool, so that's all 4 crystals. Okay, exactly halfway through the final chapter, exactly an hour. Yeah, I'm getting through it. Hopefully another hour I'll be done. Okay, back again. Just had to take a little break to get a cup of tea because it's let's have a look. It's coming up to 1 AM my time, so this is I think this is the final night of being able to play Mobius before the game ends. So I am yeah, it's my last opportunity to complete the final chapter, but I'm so tired, so probably won't be too chatty over the next hour while the game ends, but
hope unbound. A vessel where hope is nurtured with
you have to
each
forgive me for that.
retelling of its tale. A tale in which despair stands always in opposition.
A tale told by Vox, and in each telling, the lives of more innocents were lost. We could not suffer such a system to continue. So, we tore it down.
And thus, you brought about the Dark Flood. Perhaps I too once hung on Vox's every word. Chased the title of Warrior of Light.
Maybe. Maybe not. No one can really say. Well, I guess some of us can. I'm surprised Sarah forgot, considering what she was. What a change, going from a princess to just a regular old villager.
Sarah didn't forget. She remembered who she was, what she was, why everyone fought. I don't think that came as a surprise to everyone. Right, Maya?
I had my suspicions, but I could know nothing for sure.
Really?
Sarah lies well. She slipped into her new role almost effortlessly. Ever the dutiful sister. And for good reason. She knew the pains her brother went to in bringing an end to the old tale. The pains we all went to. If Palamecia's princess still walked the land, our efforts would have meant nothing. For her brother, she feigned ignorance, and we were none the wiser. Even her own journey had somewhat selfless motivations. She wanted him to be free. But I am merely guessing at her reasons. I would very much like to hear her story firsthand. And I am sure that when I do, we will laugh at what has come to pass. We will rescue her. We must.
There's one cool sword. Mobius sword.
A fallen hero succumbs to the darkness and absconds with the princess he once swore to defend. However, as one hero falls, more stand poised to banish despair and usher in hope. Worlds near and far, watch well this drama. A tale that transcends time. The tale of the Warrior of Light.
I may not use ultimate heroes. Okay, well, let's means there we go. There we go, that'll do. It's pretty tanky.
Ready or not, here we come! Now this might hurt a bit, but I'll make sure to show you everything I've learned. I hope it's enough.
It will be. Just stay strong, Sophie. Who else can claim to have willed themselves into becoming someone else? None that I know. If you can change something so fundamental, there's no telling where your limits lie. The world has given way to you before. It shall do so again. Victory will be ours.
You're right!
My voice quivers in anticipation, for the tale of hope begins in earnest. With unwavering conviction and stalwart courage, one's very self can become as malleable as clay. The impossible can be made possible, and the spotlight shifts. Oh, if only I had aught but words to exert my will upon the world. Alas, I must but watch. Go now, and shape the story into one of your own making.
We meet again. Remember well the name Graf, for it will be I who banishes despair from this world.
Okay, this looks like it's going to be a cool battle. Start off with this.
The light of judgment! With unbridled rage! You gambled your life and lost. No place to run, no place to hide! The boulders are inexorable! With unbridled rage! Hear the earth tremble! The earth roars!
To the moon!
I hear the lemons.
I'll lay everything on the line! Sink into the depths! The boulders are inexorable! With unbridled rage, the earth roars! I shall reveal your true nature. If you wish to gamble your life away, be my guest. With unbridled rage, hear the earth tremble!
One and done!
Wow.
Didn't think I'd be this strong, huh?
Oh, but Gage sure jumps up after this Tell of Hope ability.
The boulders are inexorable. Hear the earth tremble.
I can do this.
The boulders are inexorable. Here.
Every day will be our anniversary. Why won't he stay down?
Twould be a shame if he was defeated so easily. He is beyond compare. Yes, an enemy worthy of a new tale. An enemy worthy of being feared. So long did I wait. In silence, I watched his every move. And in his moment of vulnerability, pierced his heart with an arrow of despair. Behold what my efforts have wrought.
Stay back. Let me.
Oh no, is that Graf dead? That's a shocker.
You're in over your head. You cannot win. Not as long as he possesses Chaos's power, that is. Trust me, I would know.
He's gonna get help from evil Graf.
What do you want? I'm thinking... Perhaps I can offer you aid. Give you the same strength. But I cannot speak as to the cost. Do you accept? Why help me now? What do you gain? If I accept this gift, then what makes me so different from him? You will gladly take it. Because that is what I would do. Despair has made beasts of us both.
This is getting interesting. Final chapter's starting to liven up now. Getting so interested, I'm going very quiet and just taking it all in. Let's do this.
Away from this. Hear the earth tremble with unbridled rage. The earth roars. Hear the earth tremble. Challenge me again. There he is. We must hurry before the darkness overcomes him.
If we fail, he may not recover.
Echo, hurry up! And do something! That really clears things up!
Come on, save.
I lied
Sarah.
to you because I didn't want to weigh you down.
Save Wall. Redeem yourself as the worst
Memories of the
voice
past.
actor ever by saving Wall.
Memories of what I was. You rescued me from all of that. Freed me from my fate. I wished to return the favor, so I pretended to forget. But even so, you still watched over me. Through countless uneventful days. And you did it all so that I could live peacefully, even though you were miserable. Try as I might, I still became a burden. So again, I thought to free you and set off on my own. And again, you're here because of me.
You big baby! How much longer do you plan on pouting? One taste of despair and you're down for the count? I thought you were better than this. You'd laugh at yourself if you saw you now. Are you gonna just drown in your own tears? You're not gonna tear Vox's tawdry tail to tiny shreds? That's not the you I know. The you I know wouldn't stop until Vox shut up for good! I know you can.
You think so?
I know so.
What is this? Impossible. Inconceivable. Ludicrously lovely. Splendid. A development even I could not anticipate, beyond even my considerable imagination.
I can't believe I didn't see it. I didn't see any of it. No wonder despair got the best of me.
But you're here, and we're done with that.
Never thought I'd say this, but I hope so.
I hope so too.
Back to your old self, huh?
Now that you're here.
You're safe!
Time to end this. Now!
This is getting good. This is getting very good. There's a nice scene between Echo and Wall. Echo to the rescue again. Okay, finally can use wall jobs again, so I'll do this little combination. Yeah.
The world shirks from my wrath. chaos in oblivion. The world shirks from my wrath. Well, you tried your best, and you failed. This is the end you deserve. Come on! I warned you, but you still fought. This is the end you deserve. The world shirks from my wrath. Stood a chance. Come on. energy on you?
Just 12 more nodes and then the story is finally over. It's getting quite sad towards these final battles. All my previous memories of Final Fantasy Mobius are sort of welling up and coming to an end. What an amazing game this was, what an amazing journey, what an amazing ride. And, in mere minutes, my journey will be over. I'm just so grateful that I got the opportunity to be a part of this experience, to be a part of this journey, and you know, got to be a part of the Mobius community, and I'll definitely miss this game for a long time to come.
Now all must seem hopeless for you.
I want to be with you forever!
That should be the last of the fiends.
Now we can lead the rest of the big guys.
Or we can prepare for the fights to come.
Or we can celebrate our hard-fought victory. And our new allies. Thank you for coming to our aid. It mustn't have been easy.
Hey, anything for Sarah and her brother. Anything for Sarah, more like. Funny. You think Jake would have been proud of us? I'm sure he would have been smiling from ear to ear. That being said, something tells me our work is still far from over.
What a reversal! A disgraced hero fallen to despair, rescued from the depths by a princess and a fairy. A more marvelous twist I could scarce imagine. His tale has exceeded my every expectation. Bravo! I could not have asked for more skilled performers than you.
Sounds like a rave review then. And what better way to end this tale than now, while we're on top?
Oh, that will not do. What a shame it would be to retire such talent after a single performance. Your audience clamors for more adventures, more battles, more drama. Let us begin a new tale, even grander than this one. A worthy successor, an eternal successor. With bated breath, I shall savor every moment, forever. For eternity, the tale I have wrought shall play out, and for eternity shall you perfect your parts.
That's all you want? To tell our tales? Watch as we go through the motions? You said it yourself. Don't you want to be one of us?
Would that I could be so fortunate. Alas, I cannot set foot upon this stage, no matter how ardently I wish it. Such is the tragedy of having a voice, but no vessel within which to house it.
What if you had one? With a body, you'd be free. You could shape the world in ways you've never imagined. You wouldn't have to tell other people's stories. You could be in your own. Of course, you don't need me to tell you all this. It's all you think about, isn't it? You'd give anything to stand here next to us.
Oh. No, one cannot make the impossible possible.
You said you were watching us, but were you paying attention? Palamecia has hope to spare for those who will take it. A world of hope unbound, remember? So take it, Vox. Become the hero of your own story. A story to remember. That's what you've always wanted. Don't let me down, because as much as you want to be a hero, I want to settle this with weapons, not words. For once, both of us are hoping for the same thing. So get down here. I'm waiting.
I see. As am I. Full eager am I to cross swords with you.
I, too, have awaited this moment far too long.
Well, will you answer the challenge put before you?
I cannot. No matter how much I...
Not with that attitude. Now's not the time to doubt. Now's the time to act. Grasp firm to your hope and brace yourself for the ride.
We're waiting, Vox!
You fools! What's wrong? Isn't this the story you wanted?
How wonderfully absurd. How splendidly farcical. A story that beggars belief from even the most gullible. But in the end, still my story. My tale of hope, and no one else's. A tale only I am worthy of telling.
There's that word. I've been thinking, maybe hope isn't so bad after all.
You just realized that now, huh? Wonder why. Maybe you're scared of him. Or maybe you know that if the world ends here, it'll be your fault.
It always is. Well, if the world does end... At least I made a good villain.
You did make a very good villain, War. Come on, Vox, let's see what you got. Okay, 10 nodes left.
At last, I walk the earth. Palamecia's great I am come from the heavens themselves. Within my being, I can feel my power swell. True power, the power of hope unbridled. Its light shines on me, and me alone. It shall ever be at my back. For as long as the light shines, I shall fight.
Expected more of a fight, but let's see what happens next.
That we might stand toe-to-toe, swords drawn. I always admired your conviction, although it nearly led to your doom.
And it still might. Truth be told, the right path, my journey, has been fraught with bloodshed and deception, but I feel the end is near, and I must see it through. On your guard, Vox! Only one of us walks away from this! With a triumph rage! The earth roars! Sink into the depths! Too slow! Too slow!
So this is combat. History begins anew.
The earth roars! Sink into the depths! Hear the earth tremble! The earth roars!
Within battle, delusions of grandeur do not become you. The exaltation of battle.
The boulders are inexorable! The boulders are inexorable!
The universe means nothing.
Hear the earth tremble! Sink into the depths! Hear the earth tremble! The earth roars!
History begins anew.
My special surprise!
Hear the earth tremble! I shall reveal your true nature. Victory at any cost. With a triumph rage! I shall reveal your true nature. No place to run. No place to hide.
So this is combat. Are you not afraid? How many times? Perhaps not. Perhaps you are.
No, we shan't. You speak of my past mistakes, but it is you who have succumbed to Hope's allure this time. It is because of my mistakes, and now you shall... Even the heavens weep on occasion. My power unleashed. Stop right there.
The exaltation of battle. Truly, you lot are extraordinary. The meaning of life lies within battle.
Shut
The meaning of life lies within battle. May this battle rage forever. Show me the very limits of your strength.
face. Winner. Enough.
Truly, you are extraordinary. So this is combat. Now take her into Truly, I am in your debt. If not for you, if not for your extraordinary talent for self-delusion, I would not be standing here. Allow me to repay you with what little knowledge I can offer. Your true name.
I don't need your gratitude! I haven't known you for long, but I do know nothing is free with you. And as curious as I am about my past, I don't want to owe you anything. So if it's all the same to you, I'm going by Sophie. 'Cause it's not the name that makes me who I am. It's what I do that counts. Get ready for a twist!
Delusions of grandeur do not become you. Show me the very limits of your strength.
Here comes the hurt. Once you're in my sights, you can't escape. Come on, and focus. Someday we'll look back and talk. This'll be easy. Stand against me and get destroyed.
So this is combat. History begins anew. The meaning of what lies within fact.
Don't get back up! You're done! This match is over! Come get some! Get out of my way or get smashed! Don't get back up! You're done!
You wish to see true power. Very well.
Sarah, a most unique actress in tales old and new, an ever-present pillar of the warrior of life's prophecy. You saw off warrior after warrior, bound as deeply to Palamecia's system as the Echoes or I. But you shattered those bonds, and now you are one.
Better off. Before, I was only a cog in a machine, mindlessly turning, secure in my position, but stuck there. He changed.
You were cast down from your ivory tower.
Hope led me through the darkness, It led me home. These arrows bear my conviction.
From the cup of bloodshed.
Let's fight. A blizzard comes. For you.
You'll cry. You're gonna cry. Show me the very limits of your strength!
My arrow shall pierce the veil of the future! Down!
So this is combat. All existence shall be denied. The meaning of life lies within battle. You wish to gain true power. Very well. Great deed from the cup of bloodshed. Such meaningless things. I'll destroy them all!
I'll stand against you as many times as it takes. Combat is but another form of prayer. Pierce the darkness and shine bright on the morrow. All is frozen. Fall before me. For you, I shall end this.
The exaltation of battle.
Long have I dreamed of this. To face this world's most fearsome warrior in single battle.
Big aspirations. For you, this might be a dream come true. For me, you're just another fiend among thousands. And I'll put you down just like the rest of them.
I would expect no less. Let us bring this tale to its fitting end.
Restore the crystal to ring.
My strength never wavers.
You shall fall. For you.
Join chaos in oblivion.
For as long as the light shines, I shall fight.
Remember, you started it.
I will fight till the bitter end. Exactly the tale I desired.
The world shirks from my wrath. This won't end well for you. Now all must seem hopeless for you.
For as long as the light shines, I shall fight.
Like you want to suffer.
I do know all too well. The wind is calling me! Victory is within my grasp! I do know all too well. This is my story.
This won't end well for you. Fine, I'll finish this up. Just remember, you started it. It's like you want to suffer. Touchdown! Beat it!
Victory is mine. For I have known the exaltation of battle, the thrill of letting everything rest on a sword's edge. To you who fought so bravely against me, I must give thanks. Finally, I can disappear, free from the burden of regret. What a characteristic farewell. Have you no words for our final party?
There's no final with you. You'll be back in due time. You want to fight again, don't you?
What I want matters little if that wish cannot be granted.
You don't get it, do you? See that light? The light of hope? If you want it to, it'll guide you.
I only need but wish it. And I can return?
That's Palamecia for you. Do whatever you want. Be whatever you want. Even the Warrior of Light.
Me, the Warrior of Light? Why, even in my most fanciful of dreams, I could not imagine donning that mantle.
I'm not saying it would suit you.
Regardless, it would be an honor without equal. To have a tale of my own. A hope of my own. That is the greatest illusion of all.
What did you say to him?
You know, this and that.
This and that? Where's my epic duel to the death?
He'll come back. Without a doubt. And when he does, we'll be ready. You're not surprised?
Why would we be? When you yourself look so eager.
Now the rebuilding can begin. We can rest and tend to our wounded. And I must seek to make amends. May I find forgiveness.
Only time will tell.
We just gotta keep being our best.
Brother.
Brother? You sure? After everything?
Well, I've become used to it.
Then I guess we're siblings.
Is that what you want?
It doesn't matter. You choose.
Of course, I will. The life I live is mine to choose. But I must warn you, I'll be dragging you along too.
And if I say no?
I'll convince you. I can do anything I set my mind to. We can do anything. That's what you've given us. Our hope.
No. You found that all on your own.
You never could take a compliment. And there's that iconic frown of yours.
There's still plenty to frown about. Vox is gone, but the fairies will always be a thorn in my side.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Always, Echo. Get it?
Right, of course. There's no getting rid of me. You have no idea what I have in store. Perilous plots and spiteful schemes aplenty. It's your destiny to fight. And I'll always be here to keep things interesting.
Sounds good. Hope we start soon. For none shall remember the names of those who do not fight.
Okay, so final chapter is complete. We still have some more stuff to get through, so the next thing we're going to be doing is we are going to be going to the Vox Encore Battle Tower. So this was the final battle tower for Mobius Final Fantasy, which came out in late March. So I quit earlier in March, so I never got the opportunity to do the final battle tower. So here I go. This is this is like a redo for me of that past mistake, and I get to relive the battle tower for one final time. How fitting that I get to fight Vox, because Vox was probably, next to Wall, he was probably my favourite character.
You wish to see true power? Very well. I will never be a memory.
I will never be a memory, so that's what Sephiroth says. Iconic line in Final Fantasy. So I'm limited on time, so I don't have too long before Mobius ends, so I'm just going to go through Lord's Tower. Not going to focus on the others. So Vox Hope has made manifest a total of 5 towers for you to climb, blah blah blah. Take note of Vox's element orbs. He'll use a powerful ability once he has 4 or more element orbs. Breaking Vox will deplete his element orbs. Take stock of Vox element orbs. Yeah, well, standard stuff we've seen before. I'm sure there'll be a few tricks that Vox has that we haven't seen before. But don't think it'll be a problem. What I also liked about Battle Towers is the art for the Battle Towers. I mean, this was like floating monuments over like a waterfall. It was always pretty cool, pretty mysterious. And that's one of the reasons why Mobius had high production values, because they would hire artists to do these in-game pieces of art for the game. If it was done in-house, it'd probably be cheaper. But Mobius was a quality product looking back. Very high production values. Okay, I'm excited. This is first node of the final battle tower, and it wouldn't be a battle tower if Lord wasn't taking part, so here we go.
My strength never wavers.
Looking back, it was a lost opportunity. I really should have streamed early progress in the towers. I mean, the early content, you don't really have to give away any of your secrets or any of your tactics you plan to use later on in the battle tower. But I mean, it's just fun at the moment. At the start of a tower, you can easily kill the boss with pretty much most strategies and most tactics, because you're pretty much just going to be breaking him with any ultimate really, and just killing him in a few hits. Although this Vox does have a mechanic where he does get a perfect shield at 50% HP.
I want to be with you forever.
Ah, this brings back memories. I have so many good memories of Mobius in Battle Towers. I would stay up countless nights with coffees and Red Bulls and sometimes a Guinness and with popcorn. Guinness and popcorn and Red Bull was my go-to combination to fuel me through Battle Towers. And I'm very glad that I got to win 16 Battle Towers during my Final Fantasy Mobius playtime, or career as I could call it. I know there was a Japanese player called Avesta F1. He won 12 Battle Towers on the Japanese server. I believe he won 12 in a row as well, so he was he had an uncommon dedication to the game, but he burnt himself out, I believe, after winning 12 towers. So that's the second best battle tower score, winning 12 battle towers, and that was pretty much towards the last year and a half of my playtime in Mobius. That was pretty much my primary goal, was to exceed 12 battle towers being won, and I was very happy that I got to win 16 battle towers. I mean, I found that I had less and less time towards the end of my game time. My 16th battle tower win, my very last battle tower win, my partner was in hospital, in labour actually, and I had a battle tower on at the same time. And it sounds really bad, but when my partner was in labour, a lot of the time we were just sitting around waiting for contractions to start. So by the time the contractions properly started, I was almost at the very top of the battle tower, and I just remember I would go down to the Costa in the hospital and have a coffee and just climb a little bit higher on the battle tower. I remember my partner saying, "Oh, I can't remember how far she was dilated, but she said she was dilated quite a bit," and I was like, "Oh shit, the baby's gonna arrive. I just need to finish up this battle tower." I was almost tempted to say, "Can you just slow down a little bit? I'll finish the battle tower, then we'll go on and have the labour." And unfortunately there were complications with the labour, and it took far longer than we expected, but I was able to climb the top of the battle tower and get further than anyone else, and then I had my first son, which was an amazing experience. And I think it was at that point that I realised I had to calm down on the battle towers, because my dedication for battle towers was insane. I did try and chase the dragon in January and became second on my last battle tower that I did put some effort into, but I didn't have the ability to put as much effort in as I wanted, as much time. I didn't have as much time as the previous battle towers, because obviously you can't play on your mobile when your little kid's crying out for milk and attention, so I had to give up some of my free time, and I come to sort of a realization that those days of having almost endless free time and no responsibilities really do go out the window when you're a parent. So it's harder to be a hardcore gamer, when you have a little baby to look after. But I'm very glad that I got to do 16 in my time, and got to finish off my battle towers really how I planned and how I hoped and how I wanted, so that's very good. So this is the advanced battle tower. So this node is I think a 10 floor skip, so I think this jumps up to level 27 or something, so this will be a little bit more difficult than my previous easy nodes. I just have so many fond memories of battle towers with Enil, that light boss, that light mob. He is such a difficult opponent sometimes. But fortunately, if you have a very good job with high break power and a really good breaking ultimate, then and of course Grand Cross or a dark ability, then Enel becomes quite manageable. But he can be very difficult to deal with.
The world shirks from my wrath.
Just sort of got realization that I've been doing battle tower videos for quite a number of years now, and I think I did my first video that I released of a 2016 battle tower in 2017, early 2017. So for 3 years I've been doing battle tower videos now, and that was always my favourite part of Mobius. I really wish that I did more battle tower videos at the start, and that I did some commentary and explained my thought process and why I do certain abilities and what my strategy was, and how I customized my deck and things like that. Because after a battle tower, you always have like sad to say, like a lessons learned activity. You think about what you did and what you could do better for your next battle tower. So doing a recap on battle towers by doing a battle tower video, I always found was really invaluable in improving my knowledge of the game. Because during these type of games, these competitive mobile games or games with deep gameplay mechanics, there's always a learning activity that you do throughout the entire game. And mechanics change, cards change, setups change, and you have to be constantly learning. You can never be too rigid in your thought process, and you always have to be open to new ideas and new strategies and new tactics. And that's what kept the game fresh for me. I'd keep playing the battle towers because there was always something new to learn, some new trick to master, and I'm very glad that I got to play so many battle towers that I did. My only regret is that the global version, obviously we didn't have as long a playtime as the Japanese server, and also that we didn't have as many battle towers as the Japanese version of the game. So looking back, if I could play Mobius all over again, I would play on the Japanese server because there'd be more opportunities to do battle towers. Now, apologies, this fight's dragging out a bit. I did a very safe option of having Grand Cross as my only attacking dark ability, but the single hit is incredibly slow. So apologies for that. But the battle will be finishing up fairly soon.
The world shirks from my wrath.
As soon as Vox changes to dark, it'll be very easy to destroy with the setup I have. Okay, let's try the advanced coil. Let's give this a go. So I got my old faithful Supreme, the unbreakable bonds to attack when the boss goes light element, and I also have this card right here to use when he's not light. I can't even remember his name. Right, let's kick this off.
Join chaos in oblivion.
Tales of Hope, such an amazing card to charge your ult gauge incredibly fast. Might as well debuff the enemy. And it's probably going to be overkill anyway.
This is the end you deserve.
Look at that old gauge, that's ridiculous.
Thank you for this sacrifice.
Okay, so it's gone Sean 1, so use Grand Cross, take off the break gauge. One more. And ultimate. Tales of Hope to regain my ult gauge. And straight into UB. Yeah, it's working very well.
Engulf them.
There we go. Ooh, didn't want to do that, but never mind. my demon wall form to use Umbral Avowal. That'll be useful.
Fine. Finish this up.
Those who seek out destruction shall have no mercy. And I have hope of my own.
This one ain't well, dude.
Calm, black as night.
Oh damn, I was hoping to get Reunion and Prismatic Return to get my orbs. Never mind. Should be able to tank it. Oh, barely. Definitely don't want to do that again.
Now all must seem hopeless for you.
Okay, so it's fire, so use
Dawn rises.
yeah, that's working quite well. Okay, so he's got wall, so let's get rid of his wall.
Remember, you started it.
Okay, back to doing damage again. It's a pretty fun fight, so like Gilgamesh, but he uses a wall when he gets down to a certain percentage of health. It was quite a fun fight. Very rusty, but still got it done. Let's try one more just for fun.
Join chaos in oblivion.
Darkness engulf them.
Ooh, that didn't work so well. Let's try this. Don't really want to tinker too much in my setup, I just want to get this fight done and just move on to the next one. So I'll tank a bit with Demon Wall, then switch back to my Dawn of Warrior Wall. Let's try some Dark. Demon Wall seems incredibly tanky, it's just not dying at all. That's quite a lot of defense stars, and he's got good resistance. His ultimate ability allows him to take less damage for the next 8 attacks, which is very good. So let's get to... Let's tank 3 more attacks and change back to normal wall. There we go.
Fine, I'll finish this up. My strength never wavers.
Should be able to be broken quite easily. There we go. Easy stuff. very impressed by Demon Wall Job Archer. He's incredibly tanky, he's got really good ultimate. And he has Monk Claw as well. I haven't really had the opportunity to try that out, but yeah, very impressed so far. There we go. It's got the power of Sephiroth. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's try a Grand Cross. Okay, let's get rid of that break gauge.
It's like you want to suffer.
And how much damage UB will do? Let's give it a go. Okay, that's cap and damage as well. Might as well use that. Less orbs. Okay, I don't want to Mobius zone just yet.
Show me the very limits of your strength.
Oh, that was dangerous. Okay, damn, that was a lot of damage. Yeah, I think I'll tank one more hit and switch back to my Everwall.
This won't end well for you.
Let's see. Let's see if we can break down the break gauge. Yeah, we should just be able to. Looking good so far.
This is the damage you deserve.
Okay.
The sun shines bright.
Okay, let's do good damage now. Should hit Mobius zone very soon as well. So he's got wall applied, don't have chaos, but never mind.
What did I do to make you hate me so much?
Should be doing damage soon, yeah, there we go.
Pray tomorrow brings another victory.
Yeah, pretty fun fight. Fire after. Okay, I might just do. Yeah, I might just do one more of these. I want to get to this node. I don't know what this one is. This is a strange place. Not sure what that means, but we'll see. Okay. Okay, looking good. Let's switch jobs.
It's like you want to suffer. Darkness engulf them. Join chaos in oblivion.
Just love this Dawn Warrior job. It's got such a great break. When you got Towers of Hope as well, it takes a few attacks when you get heal. Oh, gauge back up on 3 attacks, which is ridiculous. And you can go back into another ult time. I would have loved playing this Battle Tower 3 months ago and playing competitively. That would have been a lot of fun, but I did quit. So it's still pretty fun though.
You never stood a chance.
Definitely one of my favourite attacks with Koreans. Remember pulling for it, I think 3 years ago now, a long time ago, 2017. And get 1,337 kills in the Battle Tower with it, which was quite an achievement at the time. And yeah, still a good Supreme 3 years later, served me very well throughout my entire Mobius career.
Come, blackest night. Darkness engulf them.
This one's pretty tanky. It seems it's got quite a high break gauge, but never mind, we'll break it down. It's just a matter of time.
What did I do to make you hate me so much? Darkness engulf them. Be big, shout. The world shirks from my wrath. Fine, I'll finish this up.
There we go, into the next phase. Let's see what we can do.
Thanks for this battle. I will go with my life without repenting.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
I shall fight till the bitter end.
If we can tank till the next turn, then I can use my abilities that are on cooldown. I think I can do it. Yeah, looking good. Here we go.
Remember, you started it. Join chaos in oblivion. the end you deserve. So much. I warned you, but you still fought.
That's a pretty fun fight. Oh, okay, one. Okay, so it's going to go in a triangle. So there's looks like there's 3 nodes per tower. I want to get to this one. What is this strange place? But we'll see. Maybe if I climb the others, I can get there. Well, welcome back, and we're in the final part of my video. So we've done the final chapter. We've done the Vox Encore Battle Tower. And it's with great pleasure that I get to do the next part of the video, which is going on to the developer room. Now, the developer room was an unusual addition to the content. You don't often get developer rooms where you get to interact with the game creators in games. I do remember in my earlier days, I remember used to have it on Pokemon, I think. But, this is a pretty cool feature. So this is what we're going to jump in on. And I heard from Japanese players that this is extremely emotional, and so I have to hold back the tears while I do this video. So welcome. I'm Takazo, and I was in charge of events. This place is but a remnant of Palamecia. I've invited you here. Hope you enjoy your time here. Okay, so that's a bit creepy start to a developer room. So welcome to the developer's room. It's an alternate version of Palamecia. People have been waiting with bated breath to thank you for all you've done to protect their world. Explore every nook and cranny to see what they have to say. You can travel to different areas and participate in battles. Yeah, we pretty much got that. Okay, so this is nice chilled way to sort of get to the end and start wrapping up my video. So there seems to be quite a few nodes, and hopefully they'll be fun, and we can end a Mobius experience on a high. Let's check this out. This is developer room officers. Thank you for playing. It's very nice. See you again. Well, you won't, because Mobius is ended.
Train all you want. You'll never catch up.
Well, let's keep going and see what we find. Let's see what nice messages the creators have left for us. Are these actual battles? No. Anger reaching maximum.
Join chaos in oblivion.
I probably shouldn't ultimate. I'd probably just tap through these battles. You fool. Time to explode. Only true Final Fantasy kids will get it. Thanks so much for playing Mobius Final Fantasy right up until the end. That probably was some type of inside joke. to a previous Final Fantasy game, which I can't quite recognise. But there you go. So there's 30 nodes, I've completed 7 already. Just went by very quickly. Don't know why I clicked on an ether to max my ultimate gauge out, but so you're free to walk around and talk to people. You can enter staff offices as many times as you like by re-entering. Well, you can't do it as many times as you like because the game's going to end in mere hours, so there's that aspect to that. Like how wall just drops down onto the map. The canvas is white, the canvas is white. Maybe that's what the staff originally thought about the game, referring to the canvas as white as the fact that this is an original story. And, you know, they can freely express themselves in however form they want without having to follow an established Final Fantasy story, but or it could just mean the canvas is white, it could mean something completely different. Such a beautiful design, but there are too many polygons. The D-Art team forget what they're doing on purpose. This is nice, you can hear the little squabbles, but there's tension between different teams that created Mobius, between the art and the teams that actually have to program the art into the game. I mean, I'm very impressed by the Archfiend. That is an impressive piece of art. He's sort of like a cross between a samurai and a demon, really. So it's a pretty cool design, and it's a very cool job as well. So the team did a very good job with that job, which was one of the 2 final jobs. But because we've already got the Dawn Warrior art already from earlier in the game, because it was a skin, an ultimate skin, that was probably, Archfiend was probably the very last original piece of art that was made for the game. I did slow down the game to look at the special effects and special abilities, and there was an intricate amount of detail that went into the game, but most players, including myself, did miss out on a lot of those because we just fast forward the game. Because the game could be a grind, and sometimes you just needed to speed through the game. So little details got lost. That is a cool ability, so I did it. I did it again. Okay, well that was a nice pleasant stroll through the developer offices, and we got some nice messages from the staff, so if the rest of the nodes are like this will be a nice experience. Overworked planner. He's overworked, but he puts a deadline together, so he's the reason why he's overworked. Okay, I wonder if this is an actual battle or whether it's just scripted, so it doesn't matter what we do. I'll attack normally to see. Yeah, I think this doesn't matter what we do, so just tap attack. Don't know why I'm using my cards on this. Oh no, a bug.
The world shirks from my wrath.
Planner is in a deep sleep.
Lost. What a surprise.
Now I think about it, it was all my idea. If at times the job was difficult, knowing people enjoyed our work kept me pushing myself ever harder. But that's it. When you have an end result which is enjoyed by a lot of people, then it can be a very rewarding experience. Okay, so we have Moogle. I had a good time, you know. Mobius Moogles were my favourite, you know. Yeah, they were pretty cool. Words go in, words come out. This black box makes translation so easy. You don't need Incan anymore. Yeah, the translation on and some of the grammar was quite shoddy in places throughout Mobius, but you know, they were a non-native English-speaking company, so you have to give them a little bit of leeway. But they could have asked fans just to report some of the grammar and some of the speech and some of the text, just to correct it, really. But I guess they weren't that transparent, really, and allowing player feedback to be implemented. I learned a lot from Mobius and had a great time. There's a lot of nice messages here. FF8 collaboration was awesome. That was an extremely good collaboration. I'm not going to get the chance to redo it because there isn't enough time to play the game, but maybe I can go back on YouTube and have a look. But then again, maybe again in the future there'll be an Final Fantasy VIII remake, just like they did for Final Fantasy VII, so I can get to experience it again. Hopefully this game will have a fond memory for you. This game will have a very fond memory. Okay, that was nice. Let's keep going. Victory in one turn hard. Victory in one turn hard. Victory in one turn hard. All I want to do is farm for Magicite.
Well, you tried your best.
Well, that was one of the things about Mobius. It was such a grind for resources. You just had to do the same battles again and again and again. Just grinded for that Magicite. It would have been a lot easier if there was an auto battle mechanic, like on most modern mobile games, where the AI will just complete a battle for you and then start up into the next battle, so you don't have to keep clicking on, clicking on the next battle. You could do that in Mobius by having a macro or some other type of exploit, but those would get you banned, and I never did that during the game, but certainly would have made farming a lot easier. Yeah, I had fun playing it. It's an amazing game. So someone worked on the animation team and the new me is a chef. So halfway through Mobius they decided that programming wasn't for them and that they'll become a chef. Very interesting. Don't know why I need to know that, but there you go. It's a little bit of insight into the Square Enix team that made Mobius. Let's go talk to Garland. Stroke a pose, don't hold your weapon like that. Okay, so pointless bit of text. Yeah, that made no sense. Be awesome if you slowed down the battles and checked them out. Yeah, I did. It was, as I said before, the animation was really good in slow motion. Sometimes in towers, when I'd have a couple of actions left, and I only had a little tiny piece of HP to take off, I would slow down the animations just to see how much damage I was doing, and that was a fun experience. Helping one of the Mobius staff lose weight. This is a bizarre part of the developer's room. Well, let's keep going and see what else there is to explore. The tower comes to an end only if you give up. Well, not really, because the servers are ended and we can't play Mobius anymore. Because you fought so hard to get this far, stories come full circle. That's a nice thought. Okay, that was gibberish. That's a nice message. In our minds, we never gave up on Mobius. We would have kept playing. It's just, you know, the company pulled the plug on the game, but I would have kept playing even more casually, and I know a lot of other players would have kept playing as well. Perhaps in the future we might have an opportunity to play Mobius as a single player game, or perhaps there might be a sequel. We can only have hope. That's what this game is about, really, hope. That's a key theme throughout the game. Journey may have come to an end. These memories are proof. Chocobos sure are cute. Did you watch the events? Yes. I think the Masquerade event was my favourite one. That was a lot of fun at the start of the year. It's just a pity, I think, the Masquerade event. Was that the last event? One of the last events. It's just a pity we won't get more after that. So that's the MC for Japanese live broadcast. I have no idea who that is. We didn't really have many live broadcasts on Global. I think we had a couple of community live streams that was done by Glacy, the community manager, but they were sort of ad hoc, really, and yeah, they could have been better. Perhaps if they were better, then we would have had more of a player base, who knows. Would have been nice to have had a monthly community event. None remember the names of those that don't fight. Those who do not fight. Okay. I've got a little secret during a previous broadcast. I was the one who proposed you know what. Yes, me. It was me. Okay, because we never got those community events, I've got no idea what that is. Perhaps someone will tell me, but otherwise I think I can finish my Mobius career without ever knowing what that was about. For some reason I forgot to include these two nodes in my original run, so with some video editing I can put them in the correct order and show you what's going on. So this is Area B hallway, let's see what happens. Thanks for playing. Hey, I just remembered that my real name is Wormlord Tokai. I must return to a warrior's feast. Just don't make me use that dark flood. See ya. Okay, I got no idea what that was about, but let's move on to the next node. So this is development room. Let's have a little look around, see what we can find. I'm MT of the battle team. I mostly handled non-story battles. I did the Rift, Pandora, the Ultimate Colosseum, the Floating Continent, multiplayer and more. Every day was trial and error, and whenever I saw strategy videos and posts I was excited and took these lessons to heart. Thank you to everyone that tried my battles. Well, that was one of the best parts of Mobius, that you had really difficult battles and you could try many different strategies, and that's one of the things I look back and remember fondly. Oh. Hey, have you dreamed any romantic dreams lately? Oh, okay, yeah, because that was Sephiroth in FF8, whose line was, yeah, he did similar lines to that. I'm sorry for all the bugs that managed to slip through, I should have done better. Truly sorry for any concern I may have caused, but your reports have been really helpful and aided me to find what might have gone wrong. Thank you so much. That's right, just between you and me, I was watching what all of you warriors of light were saying. Phew. But I love Mobius. If I ever find myself washed up on the Palametian shores, I'll fight my hardest for hope. Wait, forget finding myself washed up, I'll go there myself. It's true, there are a lot of bugs, I'm not sure how much player-based feedback the SE team took into account, considering they really didn't handle hackers very well during the entire 4 years. Let me see again. Nestlugs in the Summer Tower, about the on-guard effect in the Sarah Tower. You think that's a little bit too much, sorry about that, but thanks for playing. I hate those Nestlugs, I'm very much glad that when Mobius is ended I'll never have to do any Nestlug battles in the Battle Tower again. It's a surfboard and shark. I thought he said he's preparing for new content, but no, just talking about surfing. card arts were really good. I never really took the time to look at them too deeply, but now Mobius has ended, maybe I will.
Now all must seem hopeless for you. Come on! Dark. Light, thunder. Sunshine, bright. Illuminate the battlefield. Light, thunder. Sunshine, bright. The world shirks from my wrath. Dawn rises. What did I do to make you hate me so much? Get lost if you know what's good for you.
So we're moving on to gradually get into the project leader's room, which is, from what I've heard, it's quite a tough fight. I have looked at a few YouTube guides, so I have a fairly good idea of how to tackle the battle, but it'll probably take quite a long time, so apologies for that. But I hope you guys enjoy the battle that is coming up. Okay, let's try this again with proper setup this time, and let's focus on taking out Tiamat because that's the most difficult one. So there is a sleep strategy that you can do by using Black Widow X, but it's one of the cards I missed towards the end of March in the final banners. Just focused on getting late Supreme cards and realised I needed Black Widow X for this fight, but never mind, we can still get it done with an alternate strategy. There we go. Not want to get stunned, but that's how it goes. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's take off that break gauge. Demon's not the best at breaking, but with Duncan as well, I think he'll get it done. Let's break down this Tiamat if we can. Okay, a few more Duncans, maybe about another 5, and then this Tiamat's going down. This is a pretty good fight, getting all the Arch Lieutenants. Getting Kraken, Marilith, can't remember what his name is, Headhunter, Tiamat. This is a good send-off for one of my penultimate battle of my Mobius career. Definitely remember Tiamat being a fairly difficult opponent on Endless War. Some of the codes were pretty difficult. Endless War 2, I remember him fondly. No 12, that was always so difficult, but ouch. That was pretty brutal. Down Tiamat. No point using cast until next turn. Let's try this, then that. Okay, well let's break Tiamat again, I guess. If only there was enough Duncan card, then it would have been quite useful right about now. Ouch, that hurt. That hurt quite a bit. Okay, well let's debuff. This is one long fight, I didn't expect this fight to take this long, but never mind, we'll just keep attacking. Yeah, X-Def would have been quite useful here to break the fence down. It would have sped up my Phantom Rushes. Nah, I thought that was a cooldown. Bit sloppy. Project lead is kind of annoying, it's so annoying. Okay, well this is a very slow strategy, but it seems to be working, so let's keep up with it. This Archfiend Demon job is just so tanky. I would have liked to have run some EW4 with it, but spent less war 4, but yeah, the game's going to end in 10 hours my time, so or less. So it wasn't to be, but I'm just glad that I got to do this final fight, and then after this I'll do Vox and Encore, the last challenge fight, and that'll be it for my Mobius career. 4 years done. So let's... That's quite a combo. Sure, you're doing the right job. So next turn I can Chaos Tiamat, getting closer. Such a long fight. Okay, I think this is it. We'll hit Mobius gauge and do some significant damage to Tiamat. This is about to go down. Just a few more Duncans and I'm done. My Duncan card served me very faithfully over my Mobius career. I remember got Duncan from a YOLO pool. So I watched the film, just walked outside, quick little YOLO pool, had 3 Supremes left in my pool, mid-woo, Zizat and Duncan. I was very lucky to get Duncan. That's definitely the best pick out of the 3. And that sort of renewed my interest in Mobius. Duncan was such an amazing card. I won the 2nd Omega Tower with this card. very good card over my Mobius career. Okay, so now I really need to switch to my other job. But first I'll take the brake gauges off. Doing some nice damage now. As long as the headhunter doesn't change to water, I'm okay. Okay. Some nice damage now. Really watch out for Marilith's doing quite a number of me. Do an ultimate to get the damage reduction buff, just to play a little bit defensively. I'll probably switch jobs to apply chaos next turn. Okay, so Marilith's almost down. Sorry, Kraken's almost down. Wow, that was it. That was a 20-minute fight. That was an extremely long fight, but managed to get it done. Would have been so much easier with Black Widow X, but I didn't have it, so sure again. Hopefully I'll see you again in another dev room. Definitely not. That was the last time I did that. But yeah, that was an extremely fun challenge, so on to the next fight, which will be the final shot of these last 6 rooms. So it's voice actors giving their farewell. I heard this is quite an emotional part of the farewell, so let's see. So I think I'll do Sophie, Sarah, Graf, Mia, and then Echo. In that order. And then the Lord to finish off. Well.
That was quite an adventure, wasn't it? Sure beat picking up trash on the beach if you ask me. However, I couldn't have done it without all of my friends who helped me out along the way. And that includes you. Thank you for all of your support. And I hope we meet again. In this world or another.
こんにちは、ソフィー役の河野まりかです。話しかけてくれ
I
てあ
never
り
did
がと
play
うご
the
ざいま
Japanese
す。
version of the game, so this is incredibly unusual.
ソフィーちゃんを演じさせていただいてですね、本当に楽しい毎日でした。ソフィーちゃんって本当にいろんな表情だったりとか、登場シーンとかのちょっとこう、なんでしょうね。
She doesn't seem to have a lot of emotion, to
現
be
代人っ
honest.
ぽいところのくたびれた感じも大好きなんですけど、いろんな表情を見せてくれるソフィーちゃん、元気なソフィーちゃんをこれからも見守っていてくださいね。さあ、皆さん、またお会いしましょう。バイバイ。
That's pretty cool. So you get send off from the English voice actor and send off from the Japanese voice actor. The Japanese voice actor seems insane, so that's probably a theme we'll see throughout the rest of the developer room.
Thank you for your companionship during this long adventure. I could not have asked for a more noble warrior of light to be by my side. May hope guide you in the future. But remember, not to follow it blindly. Keep an eye out for the runes. You never know what stories they may hold.
This is bizarre. So is that voice actor giving you a send off, or is it actually written by the Mobius staff as a send off? In the form of what the character would say to you. I still don't quite understand.
特にセイラの場合は最初の光の戦士編の時はたまにこう収録がポツポツポツってある感じだったんですけれども、後半の破滅の戦士編になったら割と毎月のように来させていただいていて、いやすごくたくさんセイラさんに触れることができて幸せだったなぁなんていう風に思っております。本当にセイラさん演じさせていただくにあたって最初もねすごくキャラ作り
Seems like the Japanese voice actors have done some really deep thought into the characters and the different emotions, and so far the global voice actors haven't delved into any of that at the moment. It's like they're phoning through their experiences.
本当にその度にキャラ作りを一緒にこうスタッフさんとたくさん一緒になって作り上げていけたので、私としても本当にセイラさんのこんなたくさんの
The Japanese voice actor sounds much better than the global voice actor. The global voice actor seems to do an absolutely terrible job, if I may say so myself.
なので本当にまた皆さんにお会いできる日が来るといいななんていうふうに思っております。最後までゲームをプレイしてくださって本当にありがとうございました。
Okay, so that's 2 of the rooms done so far. I must say the global voice actor's given a very short farewell, and the Japanese voice actor seems like they're giving a really heartfelt goodbye, so that's global voice actors 0, Japanese voice actors 2 for the send-off. They seem to be in the lead if this is a competition.
Hello, this is Graf. Thank you for playing in our world. Safe travels, my friend. Plenty of fiends out there. They bite. There's one now! I'll have at you, fiend!
皆さんこんにちは。グラフ役の
That's bizarre. So the global voice actor seems to be in character as the character they were portraying. So he did a send off in the form of Graf, whereas Japanese voice actors seem to just be making a personal message themselves.
気がつけばグラフが割と日常の一部になっていたような、気がしていました。そんな彼とね、ちょっと一回お別れするのは寂しいですけれども、またどこかね、 機会があればね、グラフがまた復活してくれて、今度はね、ちゃんと自分自身いい人間のところをね、多分彼は気づけたと思うんで、今度はそっちの方で頑張れる人になってるんじゃないかななんてことを期待しながら、次の展開を楽しみにしております。竹内俊介でした。ありがとうございました。
When I heard about the Japanese developer room when this was released in Japanese server, that a lot of reports of this being very emotional and players crying and blah blah blah, but that was because they gave really nice send-off messages. Global send-off doesn't seem to be that good in terms of what voice actors are actually saying.
Many thanks for accompanying us on our journey all these years. Stay hopeful, but not too hopeful.
Wow, that was pathetic. Why even give us a send-off if that's all you're going to say?
メイヤ役のマオです。皆さん、こちらでは初めましてですね。ありがとうございます。青の魔女として初めて登場させていただいてから、まさかこの第2部破滅の戦士編の最後までこうメンバーとして共に戦っていけるとは思っていなかったので、すごく私自身もとても楽しかったですし、幸せでした。まさかメイヤさん自身のことにも触れていただいたりとか、なぜ彼女がこう立ち向かっていったり、こう戦う姿勢があるのかっていう、そのバックボーンのようなところもしっかり描いていただいて、さらにはプレイヤブルキャラとして皆さんと一緒にそうですね、皆さんとして戦わせていただけるとは思っていなかったので、本当に何でしょう、すごく幸せでしたし、メイヤさん自身の怪しげな雰囲気だったり、こうどこかつかめない感じのお芝居もこう演じさせていただいていて、とても何でしょう、新鮮で勉強にもなりましたし、なんか大きく私自身も成長できていたらいいなと思うキャラでした。またいつかお会いできる日を楽しみにしています。最後まで遊んでいただきありがとうございました。
So Japanese voice actor pretty much gave about a good minute's speech there about the player thanking them, and global voice actor was about 10 seconds. Hopefully Wall and Echo's voice actor give us more of a heartfelt message you can buy. Otherwise this will be a bit of an anticlimax.
Thanks for letting me tag along with you on this journey. Which Echo was your favorite? Mine was that creepy marionette Echo. I like to freak Wall out every now and then. Keeps him on his toes. Oh, remember, you don't have to follow Palamecia's laws outside of the game. Well, until the next adventure.
You don't have to follow Palamecia's laws outside the game. Okay, didn't know that.
Mobius Final Fantasy Echo 役の丹下桜です。
Just gonna walk out and say to everyone, none will remember the names of those that do not fight.
半年ぐらいかなってお聞きしてたら、なんと5年以上続いて、本当に嬉しい限りでね、すごく長く続いてよかったです。エコーといっても後半の方はすごくいろんなエコーを担当しまして、ホールのそばのエコーだったり、メイヤのそばのエコーだったり、エコー族として演じてちょっと大変でしたが頑張りました。これからも皆さんまた頭に戻って
I've got about 14 hours left to play the game, so
できるんですかね、そんなこと。頑張ってプレイしてみてください。ずっと楽しんでいただければ幸いです。エコー役の丹下桜でした。
Okay, so it's been a It's been a fun journey so far in the developers room. Lots of weird messages from the Japanese development team, and some pretty lackluster farewells from global voice actors, and some very heartfelt, emotional ones from Japanese voice actors. So here we go, this is the last one.
Thank you for playing and coming along with me on this adventure. I didn't want to wear this much clothing, but they made me dress up. We've been through a lot, and not even Palamecia can take that away from us. May we meet again. And remember, don't believe Echo's lies.
Very short farewell there.
どうも俺役の島崎信長です。はい。はい。どうも。ありがとうございます。なんかあれですよね。ウォルの見た目からただの僕が出てくるのって不思議ですよね。はい。本当にね、プレイしていただいてありがとうございます。5年ですか。なかなかないですね。しかもこうやってソーシャルゲームでね、継続的にストーリーがしっかりあって収録させていただいて、毎月のように撮ってたんですよ、メビウスは。いや、長い付き合いになりましたね。本当に。いや、本当皆さんにね、楽しんでいただけてたら、本当に嬉しいなと思いますし、最後までメビウスファイナルファンタジーお楽しみいただけたらとっても幸せです。
Definitely trying to enjoy Mobius up to the end. This is the very last day for me. The game ends in 14 hours, so try and take the most joy I can from the game by finishing off the developer's map. Thank you very much. Areas cleared, so I still have to clear this hallway, clear the project leader's room maybe, but I'm quite content with that at the moment. And that's the end of my Mobius Final Fantasy adventure. So this is final part of my video. So this is the very last, very final challenge for Final Fantasy Mobius. This is the Final Illusion Vox Encore challenge. So to get access to this fight, you have to defeat the project leader. And once you defeat the project leader and once the tower's over, then you get access to this fight. So just to talk about this fight is made a lot easier if you have the Vox Dark support attacking card, because it's got damage limit break 2. I didn't have that. Also, this fight is made easier if you have Black Widow, because that has AoE sleep and wall, which I didn't have. And the majority of videos that I found online were using Archfiend as a tank, then the Dawn Warrior with Monklaw card to attack Vox. So I thought I'd try a different strategy, and I'd try a double Archfiend strategy. I didn't have Black Widow X, but I did have two event cards that have a similar effect. So I was still able to sort of do the same Black Widow strategy, even though I didn't have Black Widow. And I saw online that most of these videos took about 6 minutes, so this strategy will take longer because it's a slower strategy, but it is safer because both of my jobs are Archfiend, so I can tank quite a lot of hits. So I'm not going to say too much more. I'm just going to let this video ride out. So this is the final Mobius challenge, and yeah, I'm just going to focus on the battle now, and then I'll pick up after this battle with my final thoughts on the game.
Where did you find this strength? Fly.
This is a fight for me and me alone. I will fight, or I will fall. There it is. Let your quest begin! Now is the time to save your story.
Into the depths of darkness.
I shall fight till the bitter end. I will fight, or I will fall. I shall fight till the bitter end. You have admirable potential. There are some things in life you just... You can't run from me. Let your quest begin. You have admirable companions. I
Where did you find this strength, fool?
For as long as the light shines, I shall fight. Let your quest begin. Now is the time to shape your story. Let your quest begin! Restore the crystal to grace! I return to my enemies. For as long as the light shines, I shall fight.
Let me see you
Those
defeat
who seek out destruction shall have no mercy.
I want you to beg for forgiveness. How much can you take?
Exactly the tale I desired. Now is the time to shape your story. You have admirable companion. Let your quest begin. You have admirable companion. I envy you. Let your quest begin. Now is the time to shape your story. I've returned to my senses.
Where did you find the strength? I want you to beg for forgiveness. Fool. Fly. How much can you take? Ready?
I have hope of my own.
Too late.
Let your quest begin! Run from me! I do know all too well. Don't resist! For as long as the light shines, I shall fight! Let your quest begin! I will fight, or I will fall.
All becomes one with me. Fly.
Thank you for this battle. Even I have hope of my own. I've returned to my...
You can't run from me.
Now is the time to change your story. Whenever you think you're right, you're wrong. Now is the time to change your story. You'll never know my team and me alone.
None can survive this.
That's my story.
You'll never win.
I've returned to my... For as long as the light shines, I shall fight.
Let me see
I
you
shall
defeat
fight
me.
till the bitter end.
Your fear will be gone in a flash. I'll lead you.
Teach you the true meaning of despair.
Everything returns to play. How much can you take?
For as long as the light shines, I shall fight.
Into the depths of darkness.
Till death do we part!
Okay guys, we're almost 6 hours into the video, and here are my final thoughts on Final Fantasy Mobius. I just want to say that the game was it's a completely original game. It's even though it's based on the established Final Fantasy lore, it had an original storyline and had some really great characters in Wall and Echo and Mia and maybe even Sarah, even though I hated the voice acting. And I mean, I really loved the gameplay mechanics of the game. The orb bar was a work of genius, although later on in the game, I mean, prismatic return and you could have rainbow orbs pretty much 90% of the time, so it sort of did ruin that mechanic, but it was very, very good, and the game was incredibly enjoyable right from the start, and multiplayer was really fun. The game was really good, and unfortunately I think that the game lost its way, and it lost a lot of the player base when it released Supreme cards early in 2017, because the cards were just so overpowered compared to the other cards that you could get up to that point. And if you didn't get the cards because they were time limited, then you were at an extreme disadvantage and you couldn't really compete in ranking events like the Battle Tower. And it's just you'd go into multiplayer, and if you didn't pull the late Supreme card, someone else would be there, sort of rubbing it in your face, really. And you know, they were time limited. You can only get them for a week, and then you would be able to get them not for another 6 months. And so I think like that did ruin the game slightly, because a lot of players left around the time Supremes came out, but that was quite disappointing. And I should probably mention Tidus Gate as well. One of the earlier decisions was to lock a legend job behind a paywall, but you had to actually pay money to get a legend job, which free-to-play players couldn't get. So that was sort of another reason why quite a lot of players left early on, and the game just didn't have a player base of other mobile games, which was unfortunate. But even though we had quite a low player base, we did get almost 4 years. So Square Enix did, I think they did fight hard to get season 2 of Mobius, and all the way up to April 2019. The developers were talking about, you know, trying their best to improve the experience for Mobius. So it's so I mean, the developers did give a lot of effort into it. Did put a lot of effort into the game, and unfortunately, we will never know the reason why Mobius was cancelled. We do know that Glacy, the community rep, she said she flew out to Japan and she was told the reason why the game ended. I mean, we'll probably never know, but the game wasn't financially successful, even though it was an incredible game. I mean, the graphics, the gameplay mechanics were far in advance of other games. You still need a sizable player base in order to be successful, and Mobius didn't have that. So my final thoughts, I don't want to dwell on you know, the dwindling player base and the fact that the game did end earlier than people wanted. I just want to say that just a big thank you to all the community of players, of Mobius players on Reddit and especially Discord. And I did quit, I think in early 2017 when I didn't pull Minwoo, and the only reason why I came back was because of the great content and the great community that was found on Reddit, and also on Discord as well. So there was various times when I felt like I would quit and just put Mobius down and delete it, but every time I did think of that, I would just go on Reddit, you know, interact with you know, a lot of amazing people, and go on Discord and message them, and you know, talk about the game that we loved. So even though it's very sad, I'm a bit more optimistic. I'm recording this right now once, and Mobius has already been down for 90 minutes, and I was feeling a bit down and depressed, but I went on the Reddit Discord and started chatting with people on voice chat and talking about the game and reliving the glory days. And, you know, it just reminds me what an amazing experience this game was, and what an amazing community we all built. So I just want to wish everyone well, and I just want to say thank you very much for all the positive support and comments that I've received over the years. It really is a fantastic community, and it's even though the game has ended now, and it's very sad. It's also sad I won't really get to interact with the amazing community that we had as much. Although I'll still, if the Reddit forum's still open, I'll still go there from time to time to share my experiences, and on the Discord server as well to share my experiences and reminisce. And yeah, so my final thing I just want to say thank you very much for supporting me over the 4 years, and I wish you all the best in the future, and hopefully I'll see you and talk to you again at some point in the future. This is Lord, signing off.
Come on! Be big, shatter. Come on!
I claim victory.
I'll knock you into next week! Greetings, Kupo. Kupo.
They were
Well
mere
met,
pawns.
Nothing will stop me. Fear our grudge.
What makes your death so meaningless?
You won't see me coming.
Use your ultimate.
Karmic retribution awaits.
Kupo! Well met, Kupo!
Justice was swift.
Here's to another year in Palamecia!
Hello, Capo. Greetings, Capo.
Survive this.
I'll go last.
Victory tastes sweet.
Who's not ready? Are you ready?
I claim victory. They were not. Is that all?
You don't have what it takes to be a hero.